How's it going, Katie? How's it going, Megan? Good. Never a dull moment. Go, go, go. Well, I appreciate it. All right, we're going to get underway here. So please do find a seat. And big thanks to our team that is managing the online component of this discussion here today. We are missing our colleague James Lynch, who is helping navigate this meeting remotely from home today. So please bear with us if it takes time to work on any of the technology linking us to the online participants of the meeting. But I'm getting a thumbs up from our media booth, so we can begin. Welcome to the Ocean Protection Council meeting here today at the Natural Resources Agency headquarters here in Sacramento. I'm Wade Crowfoot. I lead the Natural Resources Agency, and I have the honor of chairing the Ocean Protection Council. I am joined by a number of members of the council here today, who I'll introduce in just a second. But first, let's begin with our roll call.
Chair Crowfoot.
Here.
Katie Landau.
Here.
Harpreet Nakwal.
Here.
Julie Cravato. Ben Allen. Megan Rocha.
Here.
And Alexis Jackson.
Here.
Great, thanks so much, and welcome to our council members. Just for those who are joining us for the first time, Katie represents Secretary Yana Garcia from the California Environmental Protection Agency, our sister environmental agency. Harpreet Nakwal represents State Controller Malia Cohen. Welcome to your first OPC meeting. And then Megan Rocha and Alexis Jackson represent the public on behalf of California. So Megan and Alexis, thanks so much for being here. Julianne Cravato represents Assemblymember Dawn Addis, and we expect her to join. And then State Senator Ben Allen nor his representative will be able to join us today. Excellent. I'd like to invite any comments or updates from any council members in just a moment, but I wanted to provide a little bit of an update from where I sit. It's just simply that our work on protecting our coasts and oceans remains a high priority for our agency amidst a lot of dynamic change at the federal government. We are navigating, along with our governor and our attorney general, the Trump administration's strong effort to expand offshore oil production off the coast of California. That's something that our policymakers strongly oppose, and that we would argue that the vast majority of Californians oppose, and our work continues there. We're also navigating this federal review of the Coastal Zone Management Act delegation to the state of California. This is a delegation that basically a federal delegation that every state has access to and almost every state utilizes. And the federal government is exploring whether they would take away that delegation from California. So that's of major concern to us, and more to come. And then we're continuing to move forward with our work to advance offshore wind as a clean energy component of California's future. You'll hear a little bit more about that today, even given the federal administration's opposition to that. This is a really meaty agenda today, and we're thankful to the OPC staff for bringing these decisions to us. We will consider a number of actions, including a 9th round of funding for the Sea Level Rise Adaptation Grant Program, which is a really important set of resources that allows our coastal communities to plan for sea level rise and all that entails. Funding for through SB1, our Tribal Cultural Resources Grant programs, that supports California Native American tribes to prepare for all things related to sea level rise. We also have funding to advance California's goal of protecting 30% of our coastal waters by 2030, funding to advance our state understandings of microplastics pollution and what we can do about it. as well as funding to address immediate fisheries management needs. We're also considering today adoption of our statewide marine aquaculture plan, which is a long time in the making, as well as adoption of a blueprint for building a West Coast science collaborative to understand better offshore wind. We'll also hear updates, informational updates, a 1-year update on, well, actually 1.5-year update on the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary, which is a protective designation put in by the last federal administration with a key focus on how the sanctuary is benefiting biodiversity. Council members will remember that was a topic of conversation when that was established a 1.5 years ago. We'll also hear 2 informational updates, really important. One on the implementation of Senate Bill 54 in 2022. Really important piece of legislation to reduce plastic pollution into our ocean. That was called the Plastic Pollution Prevention and Packaging Producer Responsibility Act. That's a mouthful, but really important. And essentially it's, among other things, it aims to reduce the amount of plastic pollution and then support and fund entities like OPC that are working to minimize the impacts of plastic on our coast and ocean. And along with that, we'll hear an informational update on the ongoing implementation of our microplastics strategy, all about getting after microplastics already into the ocean. An important component of the meeting each time we meet is public comment. So after agenda items 4 through 9, there'll be an opportunity for members of the public to share public comment. We typically start with public comment from people here in the room in Sacramento, and then move to those that are providing public comment either via the online video platform or the phone. If you're joining us through Zoom, we'll ask you to please raise your virtual hand during the item on which you wish to speak, and our team will unmute you, announce your name, and then you'll be able to provide comment. If you've called into the meeting, you can also provide public comment via your phone, and we would ask you to press #2 to raise your hand via the phone. And depending on how you've accessed the meeting, you also may need to unmute yourself. To ensure that we can hear from the range of public comment and finish our work here today, public comment is limited to 2 minutes each. And there's going to be a timer on the screen to help keep our speakers on time. And then lastly, anyone, if you want to provide public comment, please raise your hand or press #2 or show yourself by the time we've provided the presentation on the item. If you raise your hand halfway through the public comment, oftentimes we won't be able to see that and include you in the public comment. So with that said, we look forward to a great meeting today, and we'll just turn it over to any council members to share any updates or high-level thoughts that you have as we begin here today. All right, we will jump into it. And we always start our meeting with an update from our fearless leader, Executive Director of OPC, and our Deputy Secretary for all things coast and ocean, Jen Eckerly. So over to you, Jen.
Thank you so much, Chair Crowfoot. We do have a very robust agenda today, so I'm going to keep my remarks brief. As always, my detailed Executive Director's report can be found linked under item 2 in our meeting agenda. So I'm going to start first with California's international leadership. In April, California made history as the largest subnational government accepted into the International Union for Conservation of Nature. And this is the largest and most diverse environmental network in the world. Acceptance into this Global Nature Congress builds on California's significant conservation leadership through IUCN membership. We will help shape global environmental policy, serve as a model for other subnational governments, and tap into the organizations and experts around the world to strengthen conservation efforts at home. Turning to our regional leadership, at the end of April, Dr. Justine Kimball and I attended the annual meeting of the West Coast Ocean Alliance in Ventura. The alliance brings together federal, state, and tribal governments in California, Oregon, and Washington to coordinate on aligned priorities related to coastal and ocean health, data and traditional knowledge critical to inform decision-making, and tribal rights, co-management, and co-stewardship. The Alliance recently finalized a new strategic plan that will guide its work through 2031, and it's focused on 4 goals: strengthening coordination and collaboration across members, recognizing tribal sovereignty as a foundational principle of regional coastal and ocean stewardship, advancing the development and integration of ocean data, science, and monitoring to inform effective management, and building support by engaging key partners and increasing awareness of Alliance priorities. During the annual meeting, we identified near-term priorities to advance the Alliance's new strategic plan, identified shared regional science priorities, and discussed best practices for equitable, respectful, and collaborative science and co-stewardship by Alliance members. Now turning to an update on marine protected areas. In April and May, the California Fish and Game Commission held regional meetings in San Mateo, Goleta, and San Clemente to receive information on petitions that would make changes to the state's marine protected area network and to receive public input on these petitions. I, along with Mike Escrow and Dr. Stacy Lewis from our team, attended all 3 meetings in person to better understand the goals of these proposed changes and community perspectives. As outlined in my March 20th letter to the Fish and Game Commission, OPC staff will provide policy recommendations on these proposed changes to the MPA network that complement the recommendations by the Department of Fish and Wildlife. We had originally intended to provide these recommendations at the June Fish and Game Commission meeting, but have extended that timeline on the request of the Commission and will now release them in the lead up to the August Fish and Game Commission meeting, along with the department's evaluations on the tribally led petitions and the equitable access and JEDI policy evaluation. The Commission is expected to make decisions on MPA petitions in October or December of this year. Finally, I have 2 brief personnel updates. First, I want to welcome OPC's 5 undergraduate summer interns for 2026, several of whom are in the room. You want to raise your hands? We have Elise Reyes from CSU Monterey, Dorian Marquez from UCLA, Connor Overton from UC Santa Cruz, Emma Kim from UC Davis, and Baron Nguyen from Stanford University. All of these students will be spending the next 10 weeks with us and will be working as integral members of the OPC team. So just a huge warm welcome to all of you for joining us. Lastly, I want to say a huge thank you to Fiona Vogler, our Executive Fellow, and Emily Malouf, our Climate Action Corps Fellow, who will both be concluding their fellowships with us before the next council meeting. Fiona and Emily, it has been such a joy to work with you over the last year. Thank you for your energy, your passion, your creativity, and your hard work. We will miss you, and we wish you the best in whatever adventure comes next. Chair, that concludes my executive director's report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, huge thanks, and huge thanks, Fiona and Emily, to you. You have become fixtures on the 20th floor in the office of the secretary and with OPC, and your work has been really impressive, and you've helped move us forward. So I'll miss you. I didn't realize that time flies when you're having fun and working hard, but eager to see what's next for you and look forward to working together in a future iteration. And then welcome to our summer interns. You are at one of the best summer internships you could be. There'll be a presentation typically at our next meeting. And I'm always impressed with the substantive work that our interns do that really advances what we get done. So if you're successful, if we're successful, you leave the summer with a lot more experience working in a public organization like OPC, and take with you project experience that builds your resume and builds your career. And frankly, you help advance the work that we get done in protection of the ocean and coast. So very excited and proud to have you here. Thank you. All right. Now, normally I would call on our colleague, Liz Whiteman, who is the science advisor and executive director. Oh, great. She is joining us online. So let me turn it to you, Liz, wherever we find you.
Thank you, Chair Crowfoot. Council members, appreciate the opportunity to join remotely today. You may recall at the last meeting, we launched a re-envisioned science advisory team as called for by the California Ocean Protection Act, which really reaffirms the value that the state places upon the role of science as essential support for decision-making. So today's science advisory team is a nimble strategic network of science leaders who can in turn support active connection to their broader networks across disciplines, sectors, and communities. So in this new model, as a quick reminder, we'll support connecting OPC to trusted experts and then share signals from across the state's research institutions and traditional knowledge holders and surface onto your radar emerging opportunities and risks as seen by California's science community. So since March, that last meeting, I, together with colleagues from the Ocean Science Trust, have engaged in initial conversations with the members of the Science Advisory Team to bring the voices and perspectives of the science community forward and begin to deliver to you those insights and signals. I'll flag that we've captured the high-level sort of introductory themes under this new model in an attachment to this agenda item, and we look forward to providing those written updates at subsequent council meetings. So just to lift a couple of the highlights here for the sake of brevity, together with the Science Advisory Team members and the broader network, we also look forward to digging deeper, following up from what's in here, whether that's on a specific issue or challenge, or on something that is more about science infrastructure, such as collaboratively shaping a statewide coordinated monitoring or observing system. So a couple of the themes that emerged, while in no way dismissing the harm incurred to science and scientists from federal actions, it was so encouraging to hear the resilience and commitment of the science community. And the members noted that the state's challenge right now, from their vantage point, is not really a lack of scientific activity, but rather it's how to connect and coordinate the many efforts already underway. And we heard insights that sum to show that investment in that coordination, partnership, collaboration, including tribal partnerships and community engagement, is that essential science infrastructure that can continue to sort of work in service of California's coast and ocean. One theme that was present across the breadth of both institutional and tribal geographic members is the challenge and opportunity of deepening partnerships between state marine resource managers and tribal stewards of important places and species. There are so many myriad examples of tribal members learning and practicing scientific methods and tools. We heard about scientific diving, 3D modeling of habitats and species distributions, eDNA sampling, and combining the understanding that those afford with what is already known by the community. There's such an appetite for more opportunities to be involved in and be acknowledged as rigorous contributors to the research and work leading to decisions and actions at the statewide level. Finally, we also heard recognition of the investments that California, together with external funders, have made in monitoring and observing systems over the years. Yet it's, I think, important to highlight that the capacity to integrate, analyze, and apply these data sets often lags behind the pace at which information is generated. And the Science Advisory Team members saw opportunities to really derive greater value from existing investments by focusing some time and energy on data accessibility, synthesis, and analysis. So that was quick. I hope the resource attached is useful, and I'll close by noting that there is a desire from the science community and SAT members to continue to engage ever more deeply with this council, and I look forward to shaping those opportunities together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Liz. Alexis Jackson, who is one of our council members joining virtually, had a question about Jen's executive director report. Over to you, Alexis.
I did. I'm sorry if there's background noise. I'm traveling at the moment. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, great. I had actually a comment and a question on the executive director report. I know that we've talked about this in the past, but it would be lovely to get some kind of standing update around what the EJ advisory board is, either like the insights that we're bringing to bring that into the conversation and decision making. And then the second item is a question about the KRMP. I'm just curious to hear a little bit more how progress is going, and how we're tracking that in relation, I think, to our broader kind of restoration work. Will be helpful to know, like, do we feel like there's anything that's at risk there? Do we feel confident in the way that we're moving? Be helpful.
Thank you, Councilmember Jackson. Noted on the standing agenda item to provide updates on the work of our Environmental Justice Advisory Board. We'll talk with the team about how to best integrate that into council meetings going forward. And then I think that I caught your question about the kelp restoration and management plan, but I think you're asking for a progress update. And then I think you had another question that I didn't quite catch.
Yeah, and then how like if that's on track, if it's behind, and what that means then for the work within our strategic plan.
Okay, so it is my understanding, and I'm going to look to my team to help. It's my understanding that the kelp restoration and management plan is going to be finalized next year, 2028. And so I think that still means we will continue to be on track with all of our kelp restoration priorities. In the strategic plan, we are actively working to identify priorities for the investments that we received through the climate bond. And so we are moving those processes in parallel tracks to make sure we can maximize our impact and our investment in the near and the long term. Does that answer your question?
And
Yes.
maybe I would add to that, and we don't have to go into it now if it's not timely, but when I hear the management plan will be done the year after next, given the collapse of kelp and the urgency of addressing that, it feels a little contemplative. But then at the same time, I recall just all of the science and action work that we have been doing to get funding out there, to remove purple urchin, to advance the reintroduction of the sea star, which are the predator to the purple urchin, which have essentially created the urchin or the kelp barrens. So it would be helpful just to perhaps at our next meeting get an update on our efforts so that we understood that we are making progress and that we're working as urgently as possible, and just better understand what goes into that long-term management plan and what happens over the next year and a half to produce that. Alexis, does that work for you?
It does. And yeah, I think like I share similar sentiments at times around the urgency of the crisis, but also get, processes can take their time.
That's great. Thank you. Very helpful. Megan.
Yes, I also had a question about the executive director's report in regards to the MPA petitions and the staff level input on providing policy level evaluations of those. So it sounds like those will be forthcoming to the August Fish and Game Commission meeting. And so I just wanted to get clarification on sort of the council's role in providing input into that process, if we have one.
Yeah, thank you so much, council member, for that question. So the staff is going to recommend, provide our recommendations on those evaluations to complement the departments, as I mentioned in my executive director's report. We are doing that through our statutory authority to serve as the policy lead for marine protected areas. And what that means is we set the strategic direction for management. We convene the leadership team of state agencies and external partners to really align the management and stewardship activities and investments for a marine protected area network, and to really make sure that these places are institutionalized both at a governance level and at a community level to ensure maximum benefits. So we intend to provide those staff level recommendations that will feed into the Fish and Game Commission's consideration and deliberation and ultimate decision making.
Yeah, so maybe the request would be, so the timeline is tight, and this is a really important process. The Fish and Game Commission is considering modifications to the MPA network. A lot of important perspectives from many different groups and communities and leaders. This spring, and this is maybe less, Megan, you know this, but just more of an, an explanation to folks that are watching. But this spring, I certainly realized as chair that it was important for OPC to be able to provide input on these proposals. We have a number of scientists and staff expertise on the OPC staff that have really been tracking and frankly supporting and integrated into our work to support the MPA network. And so that's a very fast process in terms of your assessment and analysis. And I know you wanted to be transparent about what we're doing. I sent this letter that I asked for a copy of so I could remember exactly when I sent it back in March, that really spelled out how we're going to participate. The request would be, given that we're not meeting again here in coming weeks, would be when you have this staff, technical and sort of expert input that you're prepared to share with the Fish and Game Commission. If you could actually brief us individually on that information so that there's awareness and frankly input to the extent that we can give it, that would be really helpful. Trying to balance to ensure that there's as much input as we can provide in the time to do it. That works. Great. All right, we're going to jump into the core of the agenda, which is all about taking action. And in our agenda, we link all of our actions to different aspects of our strategic plan. The strategic plan is really meant to guide everything that OPC does. So the first set of actions we're considering is agenda item 4, and it relates to the strategic plan goal, which is all about building resilience to climate change. And this action has really 2 parts. The first part is the consideration and potential approval of funding for Senate Bill 1, the Sea Level Rise Adaptation Grant Program. And these are Track 1 planning projects. After this presentation, we'll hear from our colleague Megan Williams will provide. We'll then hear the second item, which is consideration and potential funding for the SB1 Tribal Cultural Resources Funding Program. And we'll hear from our colleague Ella McDougall. And then we'll have an opportunity to take public comment, and then we'll discuss and vote on each issue separately. So with that said, welcome, Megan.
Thank you, Secretary Crowfoot. Hopefully you can hear me. Okay, good afternoon, council members. I am Megan Williams, Coastal Resilience Program Manager at OPC, and today I am presenting on item 4A, which is our 9th round of Track 1 awards under our SB1 Sea Level Rise Adaptation Grant Program. Next slide, please. So as a quick recap on this program, the SB1 grant program provides funding for coastal communities to develop consistent sea level rise adaptation plans and projects, building resilience along the entire California coast and San Francisco Bay. We do this through 2 tracks. Track 1 supports our pre-planning, data collection, and planning efforts, and Track 2 supports implementation projects. We also have a dedicated Sea Level Rise Tribal Cultural Resources funding program for California Native American tribes to assess and plan for sea level rise impacts to cultural resources and ancestral lands, of which a second set of projects are being brought forward for council consideration today in item 4B. Since launch, OPC has approved 35 Track 1 projects totaling $31.1 million in SB1 investments, creating a strong foundation for sea level rise planning across the outer coast and San Francisco Bay. Next slide, please. For this 9th round, we received 4 Track 1 proposals requesting a total of $3.2 million. All proposals were reviewed by OPC staff in coordination with the California Coastal Commission, given each project this round was located along the outer coast. This review ensures projects meet the Sea Level Rise adaptation criteria, the SB1 solicitation requirements, and work towards advancing SB 272 planning requirements, which requires all coastal local governments to adopt sea level rise plans by 2034. 1 proposal did not meet the criteria, leaving 3 projects recommended for your approval today. Next slide, please. The first recommended project is Sonoma County's Pacific Coast Sea Level Rise Resilience Plan. The project will update and expand the county's sea level rise vulnerability assessment across more than 55 miles of coastline and develop a phased adaptation plan, prioritize projects, and draft LCP policy recommendations to advance future SB 272 compliance. The county will also coordinate with the Kashaya Band of Pomo Indians on their recently awarded OPC-funded sea level rise planning project to identify opportunities for alignment and information sharing where appropriate. Together with OPC's prior SB1 investment supporting Sonoma County and the city of Petaluma's San Pablo Bay shoreline adaptation planning efforts, this project expands regional adaptation planning efforts to Sonoma County's outer coast and advances a coordinated countywide approach to long-term coastal resilience. Next slide, please. The second project is Santa Barbara County's Sea Level Rise Adaptation Plan. Building on the county's completed vulnerability assessments and ongoing multi-hazard adaptation plan, the project will develop a standalone sea level rise adaptation plan identifying adaptation pathways, implementation strategies, and prioritized actions for the county's unincorporated coastline. The effort will also expand engagement with environmental justice communities, tribes, and coastal stakeholders to help inform these future adaptation priorities. Next slide, please. The final project is Climate Ready Goleta, Sea Level Rise Vulnerability Analysis and Adaptation Plan. The project will evaluate sea level rise risks across the city of Goleta's coastline and interconnected sluice systems and develop a vulnerability assessment and a phased adaptation plan with prioritized strategies, implementation pathways, and adaptation triggers. A unique component of the project is its partnership with UC Santa Cruz to utilize Cosmos Adapt modeling tools to test potential adaptation strategies and help inform community-preferred adaptation pathways. Next slide, please. Altogether, these three projects request a total of $1,571,592 in SB1 funding. Next slide, please. Given the progress these projects represent towards California's 2034 SB 272 requirements, staff recommends that the council authorize disbursement of up to $1,571,592 to the three grantees discussed today. These three projects directly advance OPC's strategic priority objective 1.1. And with that, next slide, please. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks so much, Megan. One question I'd have is just this SB 272 requirements, just for everybody that's watching or here today. You know, the state is funding these coastal communities in order to help them prepare for changes with sea level rise. Can you just talk about what requirements? Is this related to coastal community requirements that they have?
Yes. Obviously, this grant program is called SB1, which is another major legislative bill that is related to sea level rise mitigation and adaptation. But that was followed closely with SB 272, which requires that all coastal local jurisdictions, so along the outer coast as well as within the Bay Area along the Bay shoreline, complete adaptation plans and integrate those into either an LCP, so local coastal program along the outer coast, or a sub-regional shoreline adaptation plan along the Bay Area. And that's really to just ensure that we have the coastline is actually planning, preparing for sea level rise, and then hoping to, alongside getting those plans in place, actually begin the actual resilience projects there. And the more you have that planning in place for the actual jurisdiction, the more you're able to fund and pursue those implementation projects.
Very helpful. And I just note that this is we've been at many rounds of this before, so this is just yet another step forward in helping local communities meet that target, meet that requirement, actually. Great, thank you. We'll next invite our colleague Ella McDougall to the podium to present on the second piece of this action item.
Good afternoon, Council. Thanks for your time and attention today. My name is Ella McDougall. I'm OPC's Senior Coastal Resilience Climate Program Manager. And today I'm going to discuss two projects we are seeking to fund through the SB1 Sea Level Rise Tribal Cultural Resources Funding Program, also known as the Tribal Track. Slide, please. California Native American tribes have stewarded California's coast and ocean since time immemorial, and their connection to these places are central to culture, identity, resources, and lifeways. But the impacts of climate change, specifically sea level rise, erosion, and flooding, are threatening those places and their access points, resulting in the risk of losing or degrading culturally significant sites and resources. This program was created within the SB1 umbrella to begin addressing those gaps and to make state funding more accessible, flexible, and responsive to the unique needs of tribal communities. As a reminder, the SB1 program has 3 tracks. Track 1 for land use planning, which you just heard about. Track 2, which is recently opened and now underway for implementation projects, and this tribal track program. In June of 2025, just a year ago, this council approved $5 million to provide flexible access funding for this program. Slide, please. 2 types of projects are prioritized for this funding program. The first is pre-planning, which can include initial visioning and priority setting for the tribe, vulnerability assessments, outreach and education, background information gathering or assessing, and/or coordinating with neighboring partners. The second project type is planning, which includes identifying adaptation strategies and priorities, creating tools for coordination or consulting, resource development, or other types of planning that benefit the tribe. Ultimately, the intent of the program is to support tribes in consultation on land use planning with nearby jurisdictions. Slide, please. Within this round, which was their second round, we received 3 applications requesting a total of $2.2 million. 2 projects were eligible for funding, both which we are considering today. Tribal consultation was carried out for both of those projects using a 2-step consultation system. The first was informal outreach to tribes within the geographic scope or vicinity of a proposed project, and the second was formal statewide consultation on both of those projects. This way, we ensure that we are capturing as much early feedback about projects as possible. We did hold consultation for 1 proposed project of the 2 that we are proposing today, during which the tribe asked questions about location, deliverable types, partnerships, etc. And looking forward, if we approve these 2 projects today, $1.45 million will remain for our 3rd and final round of projects, which we are anticipating to bring to you in September. We're currently reviewing and engaging in consultation on those new projects, and we anticipate bringing them in our next meeting. Slide, please. To share about each project, the first one is with the Rincon Band of Luiseño Indians. They are proposing the Quavichoya Muma Pahailu, Protect Our Coast. The project will develop a tribally led sea level rise vulnerability assessment for culturally significant coastal homelands, including lagoons, shorelines, islands, and watersheds within the coastal Luiseño ancestral territory. The project really focuses on staff training, youth leadership development, and community engagement activities that will ultimately increase capacity within the tribe for future adaptation planning and stewardship. The project area spans coastal Southern California from Solana Beach to San Clemente, including key lagoon systems, portions of the San Luis Rey and Santa Margarita River watersheds within the coastal area, Santa Catalina Island, and the Southern Channel Islands. Slide, please. The second project is the Tribal Cultural Coastal Resurgence Initiative, proposed by Blue Lake Rancheria. The project will assess sea level rise risks to culturally significant species, landscapes, and waterscapes within the Wiggy, which is the Humboldt Bay, and Baduat, the Mad River region, using a braided approach that combines traditional knowledge, community engagement, and sea level rise science. Key deliverables from this project will include a public synthesis report on vulnerable cultural resources and a living database of relational knowledges that will support tribal adaptation planning, restoration prioritization, and engagement in local and regional planning processes. The project area, as I just mentioned, is along the north coast of the Humboldt County, including the Wiggy and Baduat watersheds. Slide, please. As such, here's a summary of the recommended projects to vary to 2 grantees to assess vulnerability and adapt to sea level rise. Slide, please. And we recommend to you to approve and authorize the distribution of up to $1,462,485 to 2 grantees under the Senate Bill 1 Sea Level Rise Tribal Cultural Resources Funding Program, which aligns with OPC's 2026 to 2030 strategic plan objectives for addressing the impacts of sea level rise and strengthening partnerships with tribes. It also aligns with OPC's equity plan and tribal engagement plan. Slide, please. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much, Ella. Seeing no questions to your presentation, let's move to public comment. At first, invite anyone here at the Natural Resources Agency in person to come up if you have any public comment. Not seeing any there, so let's move to any online comment. Oh,
There are
sorry,
no
Megan.
comments.
Sorry, moving fast here. Megan, over to you.
Oh, sorry. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I just did have a question about the first presentation from Megan Williams. It was noted for the tribal cultural resource projects that informal and formal consultation was done. And so I'm wondering if a similar process is being used for the tracks 1 and 2 projects.
Thank you for that question. It's a good one. Tribal consultation is required in both programs, but it occurs at different stages and in different ways. So for track 1 projects, grantees themselves are required under our sea level rise adaptation criteria to engage and consult with tribes during the actual project implementation. So we evaluate proposals for the strength of their tribal engagement approach during our review process, and we will work with applicants to strengthen that before we bring those funding recommendations before you. Because these projects are local government planning efforts intended to support SB 272 compliance, the substantive consultation and relationship building occurs during the actual project implementation. So when the actual adaptation strategies, the policies, and the priorities themselves are being developed. The tribal track serves a bit of a different purpose, as you heard, between the differences between the tracks. These are tribally led projects, so they're focused on tribal cultural resources and ancestral lands. So OPC conducts the consultation as part of our review and funding process to ensure that tribes have an opportunity to provide input directly to the state regarding the program and also the proposed investments.
Thank you for that. I would encourage moving forward for OPC to play a role in engaging in that consultation for all applicants, so we ensure equity in the role that the state's playing in these projects, rather than sort of deferring to the applicant to play that role. So that would just be my suggestion. And then I don't necessarily have a question, but more of an ask on an update. So I don't know if this is the appropriate time to do that or not.
Maybe verbalize it, and if we need to put a pin in it and address it later, we can.
Okay, yeah, just noting that there has been 9 rounds of funding that have been provided for SB1 funds. It would be really nice if staff could bring back an update as to the progress of all the projects, so we know how they're aligning with SB 272, which have actually been included in the local coastal planning processes, and then which plans are completed. And I'd also kind of be curious to know too, if possible, to know sort of from application stage to review to actual grant agreement stage, like how we're progressing in terms of timeliness from applicant to funding.
Absolutely.
Thanks so much. And I might suggest that that presentation be provided at one of the next 2 OPC meetings. These will be the final 2 OPC meetings of the Newsom administration, and it would be good to understand our progress over the course of these years approving these. So thanks for that really constructive suggestion, Megan. Let's move to online public comment.
We have one commenter, Lisa Sherman. Lisa, you have the floor.
Hoka Ipai Nation of Santa Isabel. Hello, my name is Lisa Sherman. I'm an enrolled member of the Ipai Nation of Santa Isabel. And I just wanted to just chime in real quick and say thank you guys for, well, hopefully Rincon will get approved. I too did apply for the sea level rise, and I've been kind of like really pushing to get more resources down here. So I'm excited, and I just hope that you guys approve their project. But also I did meet with Ella, I believe, and, try to get funding for I did apply as a nonprofit, but my tribe is, supportive. So I would like to maybe reconnect as well later, if we can do that. But yeah, definitely just wanted to see, again, have these resources come down here. And that's all. I just wanted to, put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other public comment, we'll take these items and separately. The first item again being 4A, which is the consideration of funding under SB1 for those local non-tribal communities. Is there any discussion before we consider a vote? Okay, I would entertain a motion to consider a vote on item 4A. Katie,
Make a motion to adopt the proposed findings for all projects as recommended by staff and approve the disbursements under 4A.
is there a second?
I'll second.
Thanks so much. Can we call the roll?
Chair Crowfoot,
Yes.
Katie Landau,
Yes.
Harpreet Nakwa,
Yes.
Alexis Jackson,
Yes.
Megan Rocha.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you so much, and thanks very much, Megan. Let's next move to item 4B, which again is consideration of funding under the SB1 Tribal Cultural Resources Funding Program. Seeing no discussion, can I entertain a motion for this vote?
I will also make a motion to adopt the proposed findings for all projects as recommended by staff and approve the disbursements under 4B.
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Chair Crowfoot,
Yes.
Katie Landau,
Yes.
Harpreet Nakwa,
Yes.
Alexis Jackson,
Yes.
Megan Rocha.
Yes.
This motion passes.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ella. And we'll look forward to that update on the progress of both of these programs as Councilmember Rocha suggested at the next meeting or the subsequent meeting, but certainly this year. All right, let's move on to item number 5, which is related to our strategic plan goal number 3, which is to safeguard coastal and marine biodiversity. And this is an informational item, well, actually informational and an action item regarding our 30 by 30, which relates to conserving 30% of our coastal waters by 2030. Our first item is an informational item, and our second item is a proposed action item. The 5A, the first item is to provide an update on the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary, and our colleague Mike Escrow will give that update, and then we'll move into the second item, which is an action item, consideration and potential disbursement of funds to advance 30 by 30 in coastal waters. And let me turn it over to you, Mike.
Thank you, Secretary Crowfoot. Council members, I'm Mike Escrow. I have the privilege of leading our biodiversity and tribal affairs work here at OPC, and I'm really excited today, Secretary, as you noted, to give this 1.5-year update on the incredible progress that's been made with the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary, and really specifically focusing on OPC's involvement and the benefits of this sanctuary, not just for tribal stewardship, but for biodiversity. So next slide, please. So we won't spend too much time on this. We all know we have a 30 by 30 goal here in California. We all know that's a goal that's been adopted by the rest of the world. We also know that we have this really incredible strategy document, Pathways to 30 by 30, that really defines what we mean by a 30 by 30 conservation area and establishes these 10 pathways for how we're going to achieve this ambitious goal, not just on lands, but in coastal waters. Next slide, please. And as we've discussed many times here before, things look a little different in the ocean than they do on land when it comes to protected and conserved areas. So just about a year ago, I was right here before you guys presenting this roadmap to 30 by 30 for California's coastal waters for consideration and adoption. And that roadmap really built on the foundation of Pathways to 30 by 30 and defined different types of ways that we could meet that really ambitious definition of conservation that's set forth in Pathways for coastal waters specifically. So really, really strong definition of conservation with multiple different ways to get there. Formal marine protected areas like our world recognized Marine Protected Area Network, which covers 16% of state waters. Areas that might not be formal MPAs, but still might be managed in ways that provide some benefits for nature. So things like University of California nature reserves, which are set aside for research and teaching, but still have really significant biodiversity benefits. And then really importantly, this concept of tribal stewardship areas, or areas that are co-managed by the state and by tribes, again, in ways that achieve some kind of benefit for nature. Next slide, please. And a really flagship example of this, if we can move to the next slide, is the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary, which you see here, this really large protected area that conserves a huge portion of coastal waters from just about Santa Barbara there in the southeast up to the San Luis Obispo, Pismo Beach area. Next slide, please. So the Chumash Sanctuary was designated by NOAA at the very end of the Biden administration in November 2024. And as you saw on that map there, it protects this really important biogeographic boundary area near Point Conception and a little bit north. Really, really important ecological transition zone, very, very high biodiversity there, but also an area of really high cultural significance to local Native American tribes, including the Chumash people. And the management plan of this sanctuary is really unique in that it includes this explicit framework for collaborative co-stewardship with Native American tribes between the state, the federal government, and tribes. And that's unique in California. No other sanctuary has that framework. The management plan also has these 12 individual action plans that are focused on biodiversity. So things like water quality, resource protection, climate change. And those action plans are really going to drive what the sanctuary is doing in terms of adaptive management to protect biodiversity. Next slide, please. And because Secretary Crowfoot, as you mentioned, this was really an active topic of discussion and debate really among our science and environmental partners about just how much conservation is enough conservation to count, because California has set this world-leading strong definition for what 30 by 30 means. So I think it's important to make the point that sanctuary designation just by itself is really not sufficient to meet that definition. And in fact, we haven't qualified any other sanctuaries in state waters. We appreciate the incredible work that our sanctuary partners do, but generally sanctuaries allow too much extractive activity to really be consistent with that strong definition. But Chumash is different, again, because of that management plan that's really this framework for this tribally led long-term conservation and care of this special place. Again, that is unique among California sanctuaries, that focus on tribal stewardship. And I think it's also important to keep in mind that globally, the research on effective, protected, and conserved areas is really moving towards not only focusing on the restriction of activities that could reduce biodiversity, but also the promotion of activities that could support biodiversity, particularly when those activities are led by local Indigenous peoples, acknowledging the really important role globally of Indigenous peoples in conserving biodiversity. Next slide, please. So that's kind of the backdrop. And then now I want to talk about the incredible progress that the sanctuary has made. OPC has been there with a seat at the table for the last year and a half. And I'm really going to kind of focus on three different areas. The first here is building that architecture for collaborative co-stewardship with tribes. Two main really important forums that have been convened that I want to call your attention to. The first is this Chumash Sanctuary Advisory Council, and this is a public community forum to advise sanctuary leadership on pressing issues related to the sanctuary. Unique, again, among California sanctuaries is the inclusion for the first time of Indigenous cultural knowledge seats on the Sanctuary Advisory Council. But we also have members of Chumash tribes who are represented across the Sanctuary Advisory Council, seats like education and conservation and research. So really not just siloing off tribal members into that cultural knowledge seat, but really making sure their perspectives are welcomed across the Advisory Council. And both Jen and I sit on that Advisory Council. Jen is primary and myself as alternate. And we've had, this is from our most recent meeting down at Santa Ynez Band, really, really incredible discussions over the last several months. The next is this Intergovernmental Policy Council. So this is separate from the Sanctuary Advisory Council, and it's really the formal vehicle for co-management. It's the state, it's the federal government, and it's the Santa Ynez Band of Chumash Indians as the only federally recognized Chumash tribe, engaging in that direct co-management space. And so we're just standing up this IPC, the Intergovernmental Policy Council. We've developed a charter, but this is going to be really exciting in terms of where the rubber's really going to meet the road on the actual co-management of the sanctuary. Next slide, please. The next is this concept of tribally led research, monitoring, and resource protection. So this is really where a lot of the direct impacts, positive impacts to biodiversity are going to be seen. So a few really major accomplishments in this category: development of a permitting system to really look at and evaluate the biodiversity impacts of proposed activities within the sanctuary and determine whether or not those are compliant or can support the definition of a 30 by 30 conservation area. One really exciting thing here has been the permitting of a new project for abalone restoration in an area, Refugio, that was impacted by an oil spill back in 2015. So we have this permitting system, scientific assessment of baseline conditions within the sanctuary so that we have something to compare biodiversity change to. And then, as you're going to hear in my next item, some new work to develop these biocultural indicators or these measures and metrics of sanctuary health that take into account not just Western science, but also tribal knowledge. And then this research activities panel, which I'm really honored to have been invited to the state. So the state will have a voice in this research activities panel together with Western scientists and tribal scientists, tribal knowledge holders, to really help shape the future of what that biodiversity focused research and monitoring looks like within the sanctuary. Next slide, please. And then finally, education, outreach, and community engagement, because the sanctuary can't effectively protect biodiversity if folks aren't aware that it exists, if folks aren't compliant with the regulations, and if folks that are nearby, local, don't have that sense of stewardship. Over the last year and a half, there have been 17 individual outreach events, including this really cool inaugural Get Into Your Sanctuary event, which featured a beach cleanup. I think several 100 pounds of trash cleaned up from local beaches there. And then new programs like the Limpets program, if you're familiar with that, community science program really focused on intertidal and sandy beach monitoring to get local community members more involved in monitoring the biodiversity within the sanctuary. Next slide, please. So as we look ahead to the near term, the next 3 to 5 years of co-management of this sanctuary, really thinking about what the vision for research and monitoring in Chumash is, again, based on the work of that research activities panel, developing these indicators to track sanctuary health and zooming out that two-eyed seeing of not just the Western science indicators, but the indicators based in traditional knowledge as well. Drilling down into water quality and wildlife disturbance, which are two issues that have been raised as potential major threats to biodiversity within the sanctuary. And of course, continuing to enhance public presence and outreach. And I would point you all to Exhibit A of my staff recommendation, which is a report that was generated by sanctuary staff themselves, kind of delving into these priorities in a little bit more detail. Next slide, please. So that concludes my part of this presentation. Right now, I'm really excited to turn it over to somebody who's probably way more qualified than me to talk about this, my colleague Nakia Zavala, who's Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for the Santa Ynez Band of Chumash Indians, as well as the chair of our Sanctuary Advisory Council. She's going to give a brief presentation virtually more focused on the tribe's priorities for the sanctuary. So Nakia, if you're on, I will turn it over to you.
Great, thank you. Can everybody hear me?
We sure can. Welcome.
Great. Thank you so much. Haku, everybody. Good afternoon, Secretary and Chairman Crowfoot and respected council members. Thank you for this opportunity to share the importance of Indigenous, specifically Chumash co-stewardship. Our practices are deeply embedded in our ancestral knowledge. I'm also pleased to provide some additional updates, adding on to what Mr. Escrow's already shared with you all. So beginning first with the importance of Indigenous co-stewardship, I just want to reiterate that the data increasingly validates what our communities have always known, that tribally led conservation delivers superior ecological outcomes. This truth is heavily supported by modern research. For instance, the proposal for biocultural indicators highlights this on its very first page, citing WAL 2025. Furthermore, a comprehensive literature review by Dr. William Nikolakis 2026, titled The Relationship Between Indigenous Peoples, Lands, and Conservation, confirms that Indigenous managed areas regularly meet or exceed government protected spaces. The science is now undeniable. Empowering tribal stewardship is the most effective path forward for conservation. Speaking for Santa Ynez Band of Chumash Indians, we review the ocean, we review the ocean as an interconnected whole whereas the federal and state governments manage ocean and landscape in pieces. For example, in the federal government, one agency manages wildlife, another manages the ocean, and another manages commerce in the ocean, and yet another one manages oil and gas drilling in the ocean. Even through all of these things affect biodiversity and impact the ecosystem as a whole. We have lived in these spaces since time immemorial and know a lot about them, how they have changed and how we have shared or even taken care of all of these spaces. We still care for these places because they are part of our stories and part of our culture. We come from and are Chumash people. With this, agencies often manage these areas for profit or to keep different political and user groups happy. We'd like to see us all come together to support the better protection for these areas. The Salinas Band of Chumash Indian is working towards getting its people back onto these ancestral lands and waters. The tribe has taken in 4 MPAs and is developing a co-stewardship plan for those. The Salinas Chumash is also one of the first tribes to establish an indigenous marine stewardship area and is currently negotiating the MOU with the state. The Salinas Chumash also has a co-stewardship role in the sanctuary, as was mentioned earlier. This is a binding framework for collaborative stewardship, one that is very unique. Co-stewardship is handled differently by tribes, depending on their expertise, resources, and what is most important to them. It also is important to understand the trajectory of co-stewardship that can start small. A tribe can start with just wildlife management, wildfire management, and our cultural resources, or water quality monitoring. Then they build their capacity and expertise as they also build their resources. The Salinas Chumash had a community meeting this past year to plan out our co-stewardship goals. We organized them into short-term and long-term goals, and we are matching those goals with our current capacity and staff. We are currently actively monitoring accelerated sea level rise and its impacts on our coastal and submerged cultural sites, while tracking the rise of harmful algal blooms. Next slide, please. As the executive chair for the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary Advisory Council, I am pleased to share that we are actively partnering with the sanctuary's team to establish a formal co-stewardship foundation. True co-stewardship is a deliberate process that takes time to build correctly. We are highly confident in our leadership and the momentum in this space. To date, our milestones include partnering together to establish the Research Activities Panel, ensuring Indigenous representation and meaningful pathways to develop a foundation that will work from multiple knowledge systems. Partnering together to establish this is a strong representation of tribal people. We are working together to consider the narrative interpretation of the sanctuary. For example, we have worked collectively to develop a poster and signage to place throughout the sanctuary. We are establishing the Indigenous Peoples and Communities Activities Panel. This panel will center our culture protocols, a critical step as we determine our shared priorities and intentionally choose where to invest our research and staff efforts. We know the meaningful conservation cannot happen without a clear launching point, and we are proud to be designing this foundation together. Importantly, a core element of this foundation is our development of the Indigenous-led biocultural indicators. These indicators serve as a powerful tool to place our worldviews at the forefront of conservation. They provide invaluable data needed to understand the rapid environmental changes and inform truly holistical decision-making. It is exactly this kind of forward thinking and leadership that makes me incredibly proud of our advisory council's progress. Together, we are securing the future of the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary for all. Your partnership and your shared dedication to this sanctuary are deeply valued and vital to our collective success. By honoring the precious natural resources, we ensure it remains a place of learning and stewardship for generations to come. As Chumash people, we carry the breath and the mandate of our ancestors who have cared for these waters since time immemorial. We accept this responsibility with humility, and we thank you for walking this path of true co-stewardship alongside us as Chumash people. With that, I say thank you for this time and allow me to share the importance of Indigenous-led co-stewardship, co-management of our sacred waters.
Thanks for tribal government leadership, first of all, establishing this first of its kind National Marine Sanctuary, and then just.
Excuse me, I don't think your mic is on.
I'm so sorry. I just wanted to thank you for the tribal leadership, tribal governmental leadership, both to establish this first of its kind National Marine Sanctuary, and then all of the work and all of the work streams that have occurred over the last year and a half to really breathe life into the tribal co-stewardship and advancing biodiversity and really integrating, baking in biodiversity to the National Marine Sanctuary. We will have questions in just a little bit of time, and I certainly have a couple, but I think the way we wanted to structure the agenda would be to ask Mike to come back to the podium and to present on item 5B, and then we will take public comment on both items and then entertain conversation from the council.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Secretary Crowfoot. Council members, we can go ahead and move on to the next slide and get rolling here. So I'm really excited today to be presenting the second part of this 30 by 30 item, really focused in on projects that are going to directly advance tribal stewardship as part of 30 by 30, like we just discussed in the previous item, but also really drive direct biodiversity conservation action, as you'll see as we go through these 4 projects. So let's go back to OPC's roadmap, which we talked about in the previous presentation. With the adoption of that roadmap, we stand at just about 22% of coastal waters conserved, but we have 8% left, and that works out to about 275,000 acres to conserve by 2030. And the roadmap really lays out how we're going to get there, several different approaches, but key needs that are identified in the roadmap are science, to identify additional areas to prioritize for conservation under the 30 by 30 initiative, active work to restore and steward 30 by 30 conservation areas, because this initiative is not just about designating the areas, it's about their long-term care to make sure they continue to deliver those environmental benefits, and then also support for tribally led stewardship, which, as you just heard from Nakia, is incredibly important for biodiversity. Next slide, please. And so immediately after the roadmap was approved, we released this RFP, this request for proposals, $10 million request for proposals to drive action on these priorities. So several projects were approved by the council at your last meeting that parallel those priorities that I just talked about in the last slide. Track 1, action-oriented science. If you could go back, perfect, yeah. And then track 2, environmental restoration and stewardship. And really excited that our partners at California Sea Grant are going to get those projects going on July 1st. So hopefully at some point we can come back, in the next 2 meetings and update you on project progress. But then the projects for consideration today are really that third track of the RFP, the tribal stewardship track. And the reason that there was a time lag in between tracks 1 and 2 and today is because we wanted to allow time for tribal consultation on these projects as a best practice. Next slide, please. And just to drill into for a moment the importance of tribal stewardship, honestly, Nakia did a much better job than I am about to do in this slide in explaining why tribal stewardship is so important. But we know that strengthening tribal partnerships is a core component of the 30 by 30 initiative. We know that the disconnection of tribes from their lands, their waters, their stewardship practices over the last 150 years of California's history is part of the reason why we find ourselves in this triple threat crisis of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. So restoring that connection is really important, not just for tribal sovereignty, but for biodiversity protection. And so when you look at pathways, those 10 pathways that were established in that document, you'll notice that multiple key actions across the pathways really focus on that revitalization of tribally led stewardship. Next slide, please. So we have 4 projects that are before you for consideration today. There is a 5th project that is still undergoing tribal consultation that we plan to bring in September. But the 4 that are before you for consideration today, the first you heard referenced in the previous presentation, this is really focused on biodiversity monitoring within the Chumash Sanctuary. So just to dig into that a little bit more, this project will convene multiple Chumash tribes, all the Chumash tribes, to work together to develop these biocultural indicators of sanctuary and health. And again, those are biodiversity-focused metrics that are rooted not just in Western science, but also in tribal science and traditional knowledge. And the idea is that these indicators will provide a really important framework for tracking the health of the sanctuary over time and adaptively managing, again, to ensure that biodiversity is adequately protected within the sanctuary. And something that's really exciting is we're hearing from other US states that they want to look to this work as a potential model to support more effective and equitable management in sanctuaries in their own jurisdictions. So that's very cool. Next slide, please. So next, we have a project intended to support the Kashaya Band of Pomo Indians and their continued leadership in kelp restoration. Kashaya has really emerged as this incredible leader in managing and restoring and protecting kelp forests within their ancestral waters. They have a really cool kelp canopy drone monitoring program that you can see here, but also doing some underwater work, direct restoration. And so this project will support the expansion and continuation of that work within Kashaya's ancestral territory. It'll include not just tribally led monitoring of kelp forest ecosystems, both above the water and below the water, but also urchin removal and kelp outplanting at these two sites, Matini and Tulikallio, two culturally important sites within their ancestral territory. Next slide, please. Third is a project with the Amamutsin and Reef Check California. If you're not aware of Reef Check California, they are an incredible community science program that trains everyday Californians to become scientific scuba divers so that they can monitor kelp forest ecosystems. And they have this really awesome program, Dive into Science, which very close to my heart as a former scuba instructor, because scuba can be a really hard hobby to get into. It can be a really difficult, resource-intensive thing. And so Dive into Science connects tribal communities and environmental justice communities to scuba diving, resulting in this really cool development of scientific diving career pathways. So they have demonstrated and proved this concept with multiple different tribal communities, and this will bring that program to the Amamutsin. So this funding will support tribal or scuba training and certification for 10 tribal members, and then also, I think this is really interesting, this tailored monitoring and restoration guidance developed by the Amamutsin specifically for their ancestral waters of Monterey Bay. Next slide, please. And finally, a project that will support the Yaktichu-Tichu Yaktilhini Northern Chumash tribe in restoring 2 degraded wetlands within the tribe's ancestral territory near Morro Bay. These restoration events will focus really on tule rush and other culturally important species. And really importantly with this project, it'll include the development of permanent access agreements with landowners. So it's not just 2 or 3 years and then the restoration is done. This will be, hopefully the beginning of a really enduring partnership between these landowners and the Yaktichu-Tichu Yaktilhini tribe to continue that stewardship and reconnect the tribe to these estuaries for the benefit of the biodiversity there that's been threatened. Next slide, please. So here you can see the amounts that are before you for consideration today, just about 1.8 million for the Chumash indicator work, just about $1 million for the Kashaya Band of Pomo's kelp work, and about 300,000 each for the Amamutsin Dive into Science and the Yaktichu-Tichu Yaktilhini Coastal Wetlands Restoration Project. We will also have, like I said, this additional project that we anticipate bringing before you in September. That will put us just a little bit over the $4 million tribal set aside in this RFP. So part of that ask in September will likely be to spend a little bit more. So just planting that flag for now. But this is the total amount requested. Next slide, please. And yeah, I'd like to thank you for your attention and happy to answer any questions following public comment.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Let's move to public comment. For anyone who is here in the room here in Sacramento, we invite you to the podium. We've got a couple people. Let me, if I could, let me just defer to our tribal governmental leader first, and then we'll hear the rest of the public comment before we move to virtual. Welcome.
Haku kaktilahina noka kalab kaswak mikuk alikon Good afternoon, Council. My name is Regina Gradius, and I'm a tribal member of the Barbernia Band of Chumash Indians, one of the 3 Chumash governments that was mentioned earlier today, and the Advisory Council, a member for the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary. I want to first express my gratitude for this funding opportunity for the Indigenous-led Biocultural Indicators Project. As Chumash peoples, we hold a deep, intimate knowledge of our lands and waters. As Chumash peoples, our traditional foodways, language, and overall cultural practices are tied to the health of our homelands and our waters. We are the first scientists, conservationists, biologists, and yet we're often left out of the decision-making processes. 80% of the world's biodiversity are within the Indigenous peoples' homelands and waters, and this is because Indigenous peoples' approaches for caring for our lands and our waters. With this funding, we as Chumash peoples will be able to lead and develop a holistic biocultural indicators from our worldview and to inform future research and monitoring in the sanctuary. We are working closely with the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary, establishing a strong partnership and a good way to move forward in this work of being good co-stewards and which includes and leads to our with our Indigenous knowledge and approaches. So from the Barbernia Band of Chumash Indians, I just want to say thank you so much for this.
Huge thank you to your government for all of its leadership.
Thank you.
Hello there, my name is Dan Abbott. I'm the Kelp Forest Program Director for the Reef Check. And I also am up here to thank you for your support of these tribally led initiatives to further advance California's 30 by 30 goals. We are super excited to work with tribes on this project, including the Alba Musa Land Trust. We will be training them in scientific diving and kelp forest monitoring. And we're just super stoked to increase the capacity for this kind of work in Monterey Bay and to develop culturally relevant kelp forest monitoring programs and stewardship and restoration resources. This is our 4th project in our Dive into Science program. We've worked with the Tolowa Dene, the Coastal Chumash, as well as the Tongva. And all these projects were supported by the California Natural Resource Agency. So we just have to, really thank everybody for this work. And ultimately, we, hope to kind of bring these tribal groups together and fully support tribally led stewardship and restoration of California's coast and ocean. And all this work kind of incorporates well into the other work that we do with communities up and down the coast, developing capacity from community scientists to collect data, to restore ecosystems, and ultimately further the state's goals of protecting these resources. So thank you very much.
Thank you for all of Reef Check's partnership and all that you do. You're a really remarkable organization.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Laura Dehan, Environment California Director. And I wanted to, first of all, thank you all for your work on the 30 by 30 initiative and helping to make sure California continues to do this work to lead the way in protecting nature, and then also on all the engagement on the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary program getting set up. I think we were big supporters of the creation of the sanctuary, helping to generate tens of thousands of comments and support, and we think it's really important. But we also are worried that it right now still doesn't, it's hard to justify it meeting the standard for 30 by 30, our most protected areas, the areas that we're prioritizing for nature. Our concerns we raised last year have grown, in fact, in part because of the restarting of the Sable pipeline, which caused one of the worst spills that we've seen in recent years, not too long ago in 2015, with 120,000 gallons of oil spilled into the waters. The fact that that has restarted is really concerning. And one of the challenges I think right now is that when we're counting on the partnership of the federal government, there's some real challenges at the moment. And what we wanted to do is really urge you as the state of California, as the Ocean Protection Council, to do everything you can with your own authority in state waters to strengthen conservation actions. We are worried about the ongoing commercial fishing actions, the halibut trawling that we think isn't actually what people think of when they think of our most conserved areas. And we're really hoping that especially with the tribal marine stewarded partnerships, that the state could do more there to help ensure better conservation outcomes. And maybe as part of the MPA network adaptive management process, there's a possibility for that to help too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Secretary Crowfoot, council members, and Executive Director Eckerly. My name is Sandy Ellsworth, and I'm with the NRDC. We wanted to first just congratulate and commend the progress that OPC, NOAA leadership, the Santee Ynez Band of Chumash Indians, other tribes, and partners have made toward co-stewardship and execution of the management plan of the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary. The actions such as tribally led research, monitoring, resource protection, and education outreach and community engagement are critically important. At the June 25th OPC meeting, NRDC did raise concerns that the sanctuary does not offer a sufficient level of protection to meet the state's strong definition of conserved. And that's because it includes activities that are incompatible with the conservation of nature per the MPA guide. Unfortunately, since then, threats to biodiversity within the sanctuary have increased. As of early June, 2 platforms within the Santee Ynez offshore oil complex began producing oil, and we understand that that oil is moving through the sanctuary. This new activity means that in an area that California is counting as conserved, there is active oil transport in addition to commercial trawling and purse seining. We strongly support the state's effort to oppose the resumption of offshore oil drilling in federal waters, but we also believe that it is essential that the state is forthcoming about the expected biodiversity benefits that are feasible when an area allows for multiple activities that are incompatible with biodiversity conservation. OPC's evaluation criteria for 30 by 30 conservation areas states that if at any point new activities incompatible with biodiversity conservation become allowable in a 30 by 30 area, OPC will revisit and potentially revoke qualification of that area. It's for this reason that NRDC is respectfully requesting that the council consider revisiting this designation or really be overt and committed to its efforts to strengthen protections within the sanctuary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Crowfoot and members of the council. My name is Caitlin Birch, marine scientist with Oceana. Thank you, Mike, for the presentation and for the meaningful work this council accomplishes. We really appreciate it. And we appreciate the opportunity to comment today on multiple items. We'd first like to recognize and commend tribal partners, the state, NOAA, and the Sanctuary Advisory Council for the tremendous progress made towards establishing a meaningful tribal co-stewardship framework for the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary. The designation itself and the commitment to shared stewardship reflected in this process represents a truly historic accomplishment and an important model for future ocean governance. We strongly support the funding proposals for the Indigenous-led science and monitoring initiatives that were presented today. At the same time, as California advances its 30 by 30 goals, we encourage the state to carefully consider whether the areas counted as conserved fully align with the objectives of biodiversity conservation. The Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary has several activities that are fundamentally incompatible with the conservation of nature and biodiversity, including the transport of oil through an existing pipeline and bottom trawling. While these activities do not diminish the significance of the sanctuary designation nor its core stewardship achievements, that do raise important questions about whether this sanctuary should be counted towards California's 30 by 30 goals. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Secretary Crowfoot and Director Eckerly, OPC council members. My name is Scott Webb, representing the Resourceful Institute as Director of Advocacy Engagement. I've had the pleasure of serving on the steering committee for the California Global Biodiversity Alliance, collaborating with Californians, subnational governments to engage the UN Convention on Biological Diversity. I'd like to echo my colleagues and commend the progress of the National Marine Sanctuary, leadership, OPC, and the San Ynez Band of Chumash Indians and the partners have made towards collaborative co-stewardship of the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary. It's really great to see the state walk the talk as it comes to empowering tribes. Would like to echo my comments from last summer. I am concerned about the precedent and the message we are sending by continuing to move forward with a decision to count areas with active indiscriminate cure types, such as California bottom trawling, towards the state 30 by 30 goals. At its core, this is about maintaining the integrity of California's 30 by 30 commitment. Counting areas where any trawling occurs, an activity recognized as incompatible with conservation, undermines the very definition of conserved the state has committed to. No matter the size or scope, including bottom trawling is not a strategy for achieving 30 by 30, and it sends the wrong message to the world when California is being looked to as a leader in defending and protecting biodiversity. I ask you to reconsider the halibut bottom trawling in any capacity for conservation. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Secretary Crowfoot, Director Eckerly, and council members. My name is Isabel Dawson with the Environmental Action Committee of West Marin. We supported the designation of the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary and celebrate the collaborative co-stewardship approach taken to both establish and continue the management of the sanctuary. It was informative to hear from Mike and Nakia about tribal co-stewardship and progress made in collaborative education and outreach, the community boat events, and the tribally led research and resource protection systems. Thank you for this work. However, since this sanctuary was designated, California's Coast and Coastal Authority are both facing new threats from the federal administration, which Secretary Crowfoot mentioned earlier. Oil is flowing through Sable's Santa Ynez pipeline, which goes through this sanctuary. The risk of a spill from this unit cannot be understated. Even without a spill, pipelines still continuously release contaminants into the ocean. Additionally, last month, NOAA was directed to review California's compliance with the Coastal Zone Management Act, and specifically how California has, quote, interfered, unquote, with spaceport development, offshore oil production, pipeline maintenance, and desalination. CZMA authority is what the California Coastal Commission uses to oversee federal actions that could impact our coast, like offshore oil leasing. This has direct implications for the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary. In light of these present and emerging threats, we ask the council to consider what can be done to safeguard against these issues and bolster protections in this place that is so important for tribes and biodiversity so that it can protect natural and cultural resources into the future. Finally, we thank the council for its strong stance against offshore oil. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anupa Asokan. I'm really honored to actually serve on the Sanctuary Advisory Council as the recreational fishing representative, though I'm here today representing Fish On and our community of anglers and spearfishers. I won't reiterate some of the concerns that have been raised. I think there were a lot of conversations last year about, halibut bottom trawling being less bad in California, and we can argue the impacts of that fishery, but I'll just say it's a fishery where 9.2%, only 9.2% of what is caught is actually retained and sold. And I think that as Californians, we should have a much higher standard and bar for conservation. I am also really pleased to hear that OPC has incorporated tribal consultation into the 30 by 30 disbursements. And I think there are a lot of really great opportunities and projects within that I encourage you to support. But on the other side, it's not clear to me how tribal consultation can meaningfully be incorporated and operationalized into sanctuary management, just given how sanctuaries are designated and managed at the federal level. And also, we could talk about the current federal administration and what those opportunities may or may not look like. But we don't need to get into that. There's just very limited authority over true biodiversity protection within national marine sanctuaries as it is. So I would encourage the Ocean Protection Council to explore and consider mechanisms to really honor tribal sovereignty and stewardship across the entire coast here. And figure out how we can more meaningfully incorporate true tribal involvement and kind of authority over those waters beyond what's available through sanctuary designation at the federal level. So thank you.
Thank you. Let's move to online public comment.
Our first speaker is Violet Walker. Violet, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I hope you can all hear me. I'm traveling, so I appreciate hopping on the call. Good afternoon, Secretary Crowfoot, Director Eckerly, and Commission. I just want to say I really appreciate the update that Mike gave us on the year and a half in. I can't believe it's been a year and a half since the Chumash Sanctuary was designated. What an accomplishment. Really excited to hear how many people are excited and involved with the co-management and all the new plans and projects with the sanctuary. I would like to say one thing though, that since I don't have a lot of time to go on and on, I just want to cut to the chase, and I want to say that I'm deeply, deeply concerned. Today, we are not on the chopping block like other marine monuments in the federal control, but I'm grateful for that. But I am very deeply concerned about the restarting of the oil pipelines through the sanctuary waters. And I don't have a lot of time to go into it, but I would say that if California can do anything to protect its not designation of 30 by 30 in the Chumash heritage, we really have to address oil being transported through the sanctuary waters. And I know that the state is opposed to offshore oil, and I know that I hope that we are all doing everything that we can to stop the transport of oil through sanctuary waters. Also, before I run out of time, I would like to say that one way to bolster 30 by 30 is to designate new MPAs. We do have a tribally nominated MPA, and I would like to say that I think that California can do better and not exclude state-recognized tribes from managing MPAs and allow state-recognized tribes to come up with some path forward of using cultural practices, fishing, and ceremony practices within NPAs and not be excluded. I really appreciate your time today, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Violet.
Our next speaker is Kaspar Kazazin. Kaspar, you have the floor.
Okay, I should be unmuted now. Give me 1 second. Let me pull up my comments.
We can hear you.
So, okay, great, fantastic. Yeah, this is Kaspar Kazazian with California Surf Fishing. I'm representing shore-based. I've been representing, I should say, shore-based anglers during FGC, MRC, and now OPC meetings. Thank you for all your work that benefits fish and the fishermen, OPC. We recommend restrictions to commercial and oil activities in the Chumash Heritage Marine Sanctuary so that the sanctuary is aligned with California's high conservation standards and can be counted towards 30 by 30. So I'm a shore fisherman. To emphasize California's high conservation standards, let's look at recreational shore fishing, specifically in marine protected areas. Shore fishing is not allowed in many marine protected areas because it would violate stringent connectivity requirements, disqualifying the entire MPA network from counting towards 30 by 30. This is because the 2009 MPA Scientific Advisory Team designated a moderate low level of protection to shore fishing in MPAs, which is conservative. So that's a really conservative standard that California set, just looking at shore fishing. But if we are allowing more destructive commercial and oil activities in the Chumash Heritage Marine Sanctuary, while counting it towards 30 by 30, that's kind of a double standard, right? Should shore fishing be allowed in many MPAs if you know, we're doing that? Big picture, California's high conservation standard should be consistent. Our MPA network is designed, just from my shore fishing perspective, I'm looking at it through there, is designed with this really stringent, conservative requirements for the network to have connectivity and count towards 30 by 30. So the sanctuary should also, you know, have equally high standards in conservation to be counted towards 30 by 30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Merritt McCray. Merritt, you have the floor.
Oh, there I am. This is going to be a little bit long. Council and staff, I'm Merritt McCray, passive participant in the Channel Islands National Marine Sanctuary SAC Marine Reserve Working Group process in 1999. Regional stakeholder group member in the SoCal Regional LPAI process, where I served as a group co-lead for 2 of the 3 iterative processes in 2010. I want to be sure that you are aware of the findings within the white paper principal investigators involved in the MPA monitoring enterprise provided to you. Primary findings were there were higher biomass of the species that are targeted by California fisheries within MPAs. This was largely driven by data from the MPAs in the southern part of the state. MPAs in the rest of the state often didn't show this difference, but on the whole, there was a significant difference observed. Ecosystem resilience. California's coastal water ecosystems were challenged by an extreme marine heat wave in 2014 to 2016, and this greatly impacted the coastal marine ecosystem in general, particularly impacting giant kelp. There was no difference observed in resilience to impact between MPA waters and those open to fishing. Biodiversity. There was no observed difference in biodiversity observed between MPA waters and those open to fishing. Public participation. MPAs that allowed some level of take had proportionately higher public participation than others. While there was no difference observed so far with respect to ecosystem resilience or biodiversity, this does not necessarily mean there isn't one or won't be one, but it does indicate that the scale of what difference there may be is likely to be fairly small. What this points to is that existing fisheries management by the CDF&W and Ocean Protect and the Pacific Fisheries Management Council under the Marine Life Management Act and MSA, in concert with other existing environmental protections, do provide high measure of protection for both biodiversity and support similar ecosystem resilience to stressors as MPAs do. Further, 30 by 30 goals prioritize durable protection of diversity, and public access. Currently, 16% of state waters accepted as qualifying fall within MPAs and thus restrict public access for one of the public's primary uses of state waters, fishing. Another 6% is within the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary. Note that all national marine sanctuaries along our coast provide an additional layer of protection, restricting industrialization and discharges into waters within the national marine sanctuary boundaries, including where they are within state waters. These two should.
Sir, can I ask you to wrap up?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Jamie Dimon. Jamie, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Secretary Crowfoot, Director Eckerly, council members and staff. I'm Jamie Dimon, Santa Barbara County resident, recreational fisherman, owner of a recreational fishing business. I am the business representative on the Channel Islands National Marine Sanctuary and was able and honored to attend the most recent Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary meeting that Mr. Escrow shared in his presentation. And I'm hopeful for the amazing impact this will have for our local tribes, but also for our local oceans. The work that they are doing is incredibly important, working with stakeholders across different sectors, across different ways of life, recreational, commercial, tribal, government. I think this is a really amazing opportunity for California, but for our community here on the central and south coast. I also want to thank you for counting Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary towards 30 by 30 and encourage you to support the proposed investments in tribal stewardship projects. I appreciate that you are looking at other pathways to 30 by 30. And as a person who actually lives and works in this area, I too am deeply concerned with the restart of oil in our waters. Ourselves, my family, and our business, as well as many others, and as well as so much wildlife, were greatly affected by the oil spill in 2015. And I know that the state is doing what it can, and I appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our final speaker is Rietta Holman. Rietta, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Secretary Crowfoot, members of the council. So I'm the Kelp Restoration Project Manager with Greater Fair Lawns Association. I just wanted to say a quick thanks to Mike for giving that great update and overview of these fantastic projects. I'm speaking in particular for strong support of item 5B.2, funding for the Kashaya Band of Pomo Indians project, advancing 30 by 30 Indigenous leadership in kelp forest restoration. I feel this project is exactly the kind of investment that California needs to make to reach 30 by 30 in a way that is effective, equitable, and durable, honoring the needs and perspectives of California's coastal tribal communities. Northern California's kelp forests have suffered catastrophic decline, and that loss is not only ecological, it affects abalone fisheries, biodiversity, food sovereignty, cultural practice, and the ability of Kashaya youth and community members to remain connected to ancestral ocean stewardship practices, including an important focus on the conservation and tribal monitoring of the culturally essential California red abalone. So GFA is honored to partner with Kashaya on this work. From our perspective, this is a strong implementation-ready project that will train Kashaya scientific divers, support ecological monitoring, restore kelp habitat through outplanting and urchin removal, and advance a tribal state co-management framework for kelp, urchin, and abalone resources, empowering tribal staff to take lead on these efforts. And what makes this proposal so powerful is that it places Kashaya knowledge, capacity, and decision-making at the center of restoration. That will make the science better, the stewardship stronger, and the outcomes more lasting. So I respectfully urge the council to approve the recommended funding. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And I'll just confirm there's no more public comment online.
We have one more, Aristan Julian. You have the floor.
Sorry to chime in so late. My name is Aristan Julian. I'm the mayor of the city of Guadalupe. We're about 3 miles from the beach here locally, and we have a population of about 8,700. And the city of Guadalupe unanimously supported both the support for the Northern Chumash Tribal Council's proposal to protect this area with a new MPA and to advance tribal co-management. And we appreciate you, the council, for what you're doing today, and look forward to many more positive years of protecting our environment here in the Central Coast. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. All right, so we have concluded public comment on items 5A and 5B on our calendar. Before we begin council discussion, I would just want to open an invitation for any council members to recuse themselves if they need to recuse themselves.
Yeah, I need to recuse myself on 5B, but I do have questions about the informational item, if that's appropriate.
Yes, thank you. Then let's do this. Let's have a discussion on item 5A. And given it's an informational item, we won't have a vote, but let's open a discussion, and then I'll ask for a recusal before we discuss 5B. So over to you, Councilmember Rocha.
Thank you. So I was hoping, Mike, if you could, you hide there. Can you tell us a little bit more about the permitting system that's put in place and sort of, which entities are involved in providing that input? And is this sort of a new permitting system that's been established, or is this just coordinating like the permits that are already required to do activities anywhere in the state, in state waters?
Yeah, so my understanding is that this permitting system is very similar and modeled off of permitting systems that are already in place in other sanctuaries. So all sanctuaries have some kind of mechanism to evaluate the potential activities of things, potential impacts of things proposed within their boundaries and allow them or not allow them. We flagged this as an important part of this sanctuary because, again, this emphasis on including tribes in that discussion and considering the impacts on tribal cultural resources, and then also including tribes in the discussion about biodiversity. We got a really great detailed presentation about the permitting system that we can share at the last Sanctuary Advisory Council meeting. It's also flagged in that year one report if you want more details. But yeah, basically flagged here because it's a direct way for tribes to weigh in on potential biodiversity impacts of proposed.
Okay, so there's a decision-making role for tribes in that process.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Okay, and I would love to see that presentation. And then what is OPC's role in evaluating those, just to ensure that the biodiversity requirements to continue to meet 30 by 30 are still upheld in that permitting process as well?
We don't have a direct role in the actual permitting decision-making process itself, but I do anticipate, I mean, through our role on the Sanctuary Advisory Council and the Intergovernmental Policy Council, I think if there was something that was particularly controversial or something that we really wanted to see either advanced or not advanced, that those two venues would provide a really good avenue for us to provide that input, even though we're not, involved in the day-to-day management of permits.
Okay, so through the intergovernmental. Okay, thank you. And then you note federal and state agency partnerships in your report. Can you just share a little bit about, like, are those just informal relationships, or how do they relate with the IPC and the permitting system?
Yeah, that's more informal. So something that I probably should have flagged earlier is just, building a new sanctuary from the ground up really takes time. And I think for this sanctuary in particular, it's been so important to move slowly, deliberately, moving at the speed of trust, right? And I think this relationship building, there's the formal avenues, but then the sanctuary management team has really done this incredible job of reaching out to all of those different, particularly state agencies, given the breakdown we're seeing at the federal level. Those state agencies that do have a formal decision-making role for activities in the sanctuary, or potentially a funding role. So Fish and Wildlife, Coastal Commission, Coastal Conservancy, Wildlife Conservation Board, and just establishing those trust relationships so that when there are decisions to be made that might impact biodiversity, the lines of communication are open.
Okay, that's super helpful. Thank you. And then can you just provide any comments? We had several public comments about fishing impacts and the oil pipeline restarting. Is there anything that you could kind of share, since it's not addressed in your informational item?
Yeah, I might defer to Director Eckerly.
I might take this on first because I feel some level of responsibility. First is just to make clear, and I appreciate that the public commenters brought up concerns around the Sable pipeline. We share those concerns. This is an oil pipeline that led to the largest oil spill in modern California history in 2015, the Refugio oil spill. It does not have clearance from our safety agencies, including our state fire marshal, to operate. The president invoked the Iran war and in extraordinary powers, we believe, illegally, and our governor and attorney general are challenging that action in court. I regret to conclude that this federal agency or federal administration, I should say, would disregard national marine sanctuaries and state marine protected areas for the purposes of their energy agenda. And so we are in every possible way, working to protect the safety of the coast and coastal communities by stopping the Sable pipeline. And so I think, that should be very, very clear. The other question we discussed last year about the fact that there is a certain fishery that is allowed in the National Marine Sanctuary. And as I recall at the time, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife had actually given special focus on that fishery, specifically on environmental impacts and biodiversity impacts. And at the time, I was impressed with the fact that Fish and Wildlife was digging into understanding what the environmental impacts were and essentially driving towards reducing environmental impacts. I'll note that 16% of our coastal waters are protected as marine protected areas. 7% of those have some type of fishing. So it's important to note that of our network of what I call underwater parks, 124 MPAs, some do allow fishing, as does the sanctuary. I don't want to discount the concerns that certain groups we heard from have about the nature of that fishery and the environmental impact. But I do think in the next update on the sanctuary, it would be helpful to understand from OPC or bring a colleague from Fish and Wildlife about what work is being done to reduce the environmental impact of that fishery.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that. Sorry. Go ahead, Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you for those,
And can I just interrupt
yes.
briefly to welcome our state controller, Malia Cohen, and feel free to share any thoughts you may have.
Hi, everyone. Nice to see you.
All right.
Alexis Jackson also has her hands up.
Okay, I just want to let Jen finish her response, and then we'll go over to Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to also highlight in the next agenda item, we have a suite of funding recommendations to support fisheries management, several of which are focused specifically on the halibut trawl fishery. So peer review of the trawl bycatch evaluation, funding to support halibut stock assessment and management strategy evaluation, gear testing for modification for this fishery, and supporting state observers on the boats for this fishery. So we heard loud and clear concerns about this fishery specifically in the sanctuary, and we are recommending significant investments to improve our understanding, gather critical data to manage this fishery. And if we determine that there are really harmful impacts to biodiversity, then we can revisit.
Thank you for being responsive and working to identify ways to kind of learn more about that and bring that back. So, and I do think in the future it would be good to have an informational update on what's going on with the pipeline and the state's efforts to combat that issue. And then just my final question is more just noted. I thought I heard that tracks 1 and 2 were being funded July 1st. Is that because you need grant administrative support from Sea Grant? I just wanted to understand that piece.
Yeah, those projects were approved in March, and it obviously takes a bit of time from council approval to get the new grants set up and executed. So yeah, but those projects are going to start July 1st.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you for entertaining all my questions.
Yeah, and thank you for such great questions. Over to Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you. And I think similar to Councilmember Rocha, was also listening to some of the public comment. I think I had a question back in June when we were deciding to move forward with the roadmap. We did have a conversation about the ability to continue reevaluating kind of like if the actual biodiversity benefits are realizing, and that if we felt that anything under consideration wasn't in place, that we could decide whether or not that was included. Is that still the case?
Sorry, Councilmember Jackson. So do you mind repeating your question? I think you were asking whether we were still intending to have a revisit when we had more information about the biodiversity benefits?
Exactly. And so it's hard for me to disentangle a little bit between, for instance, like 5A and 5B, because, for instance, some of the biocultural indicators could tell us something about the trajectory of biodiversity benefits in the Chumash National Marine Sanctuary. And then I'm also, I guess, wondering what the other data sources are that we would be looking at for it. And again, any other sites that we think like there could be a change in the potential impacts in that region that could cause us to consider what's included or not included. I'm wondering if that like revisit is still on the table for us, because I think that would assuage some of what we're hearing from the public and some of what I thought was the intention at the time back in June. So I'm just double checking.
Yeah, so that revisit language still is retained in the roadmap. I don't think we were under the impression that we would be doing that revisit at this meeting or really anytime in the near future. I think we need some time to establish these indicators to better understand what we should be monitoring. And then I think this feeds more broadly into our priority around tracking change over time and a comprehensive coastal and ocean monitoring program, because we need to understand what's happening not only in these 30 by 30 conserved areas, but across the board. So I think this is a really important piece of our broader priority around monitoring.
I completely agree. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I might share comments on the update. First of all, I am very thankful of our Chumash, our governmental partners, for all of their work, both establishing the sanctuary and then leaning in as effectively as they have over the last year and a half. When we visited this item a year and a half ago to identify whether it would be part of 30 by 30, there was an open question of just, what it would mean to actually integrate biodiversity into a national marine sanctuary. And from where I sit, the last year and a half have been very productive towards establishing a biodiversity baseline for the sanctuary, to identify indicators, demonstrable indicators of biodiversity health, and that are developed through co-science between Western science and tribal science, the establishment of durable governance within the sanctuary to ensure both the tribal leadership and the integration of biodiversity. Is it mission accomplished? No, not in my view, but it's tremendous progress. And from where I sit, actually building out a model of how we can integrate biodiversity into our national marine sanctuaries should be a high priority for all of us, because national marine sanctuaries comprise a huge area of our federal waters. And yet biodiversity hasn't been integrated into these sanctuaries. So under Chumash leadership, I think this is really leading the way. And if we're successful collectively with our partners, not only will we realize biodiversity benefits in the sanctuary, but we'll build a roadmap for other sanctuaries to integrate biodiversity. Marine protected areas were invoked. As it relates to biodiversity in national marine sanctuaries and marine protected areas, I don't think it's an or, I think it's an and. We're proud and supportive of our MPA network of 124 protected areas. And I'd recognize that of all of the proposals for new marine protected areas that were submitted in this last round, that constitutes about as I understand it, about a 3% increase in expanded areas. So I've never considered MPAs as the exclusive pathway to 30 by 30 in our coastal waters. We need to find new ways to integrate tribal leadership and tribal sovereignty and biodiversity into conservation and protection. We need to find new ways to enable pathways for tribal, local, federal governments, active fishermen, conservation organizations to work together. And frankly, I'm proud of this work, and I think I stand by our decision a year and a half ago to establish this as within 30 by 30. I agree that we should continue to maintain accountability ultimately, and once we have this biodiversity baseline and the biocultural indicators, really measure what progress we're making. I'm very open-minded to revisiting in the future the designation of this sanctuary under 30 by 30 if we feel like we're failing on those fronts. But to me, this is just what we should be doing. And so I'll leave it there. Okay, given that's an informational item, let's then move to considering a discussion on item 5B, which is proposed funding to enable the implementation of 30 by 30 in coastal waters. And I think Councilmember Rocha, you were indicating that you would recuse yourself from this discussion. So we're going to go ahead and have the conversation without Councilmember Rocha. And again, this is related to the proposed funding that Mike articulated on those grants. Is there any council member discussion on this item? I'll just say, I think these are great projects, and I'm really excited about the substantive impact that they can have. I'm always interested in really, walking the walk. We're talking the talk on 30 by 30 and tribal partnerships, and these are ways that we can actually make meaningful progress forward. So I'm very excited about it. Yes, Controller.
Okay, good. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My apologies for being late. I did want to comment on this item because I think the entire package reflects what OPC is capable of when at its best. So congratulations to everyone that has had their hand on this item. Resources flowing directly to tribal communities to lead so that they can lead into their own research, restoration, and stewardship. I love that. I think that it's important because it's about autonomy. It's about people being able to take their own destiny and move it forward. It's not as service providers in someone else's program, but as the authors of their own work. And as a representative of a community of color, that is incredibly empowering. And so I just want to commend the staff and the work that's been put in, that has brought us to this place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So seeing no other comments, I'd entertain a motion for this vote.
So moved. I'll make a motion.
Okay, please.
I move authorization to disperse upon up to 3.8.
No.
Oh, okay. I move to adopt the proposed findings for all the projects as recommended by staff and approve the disbursement under item 5B.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Katie Landau. Could we call the roll?
Chair Crowfoot,
Yes.
Katie Landau,
Yes.
Malia Cohen,
Aye.
and Alexis Jackson.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you very much. And once again, thank you to our governmental partners driving this forward and for all of our colleagues who commented on this item today. Let's move on to item number 6, which again is an informational, item number 6 is both an informational and an action item related to plastic pollution. And as we always do, we connect an item on the agenda with our strategic plan. And so this informational and action item on plastic pollution is all about protecting and improving our coastal and marine water quality. And so with that, I would invite Linnea Skierski out to the podium if I didn't get things out of order, for an informational item on the implementation of Senate Bill 54, which we said at the top of the meeting is a really important state law to reduce plastic pollution and improve packaging, producer responsibility, and ultimately reduce plastic pollution in our ocean. So big thanks for your work and your partnership on this, and I turn the floor to you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm filling in for Deputy Director Michelle Martin today, who's our Deputy Director of the Division of Circular Economy, but I am Deputy Director of the Policy and Development and Analysis Office. So I work very closely with all of these associated programs. It's nice to meet you all. Glad to have this chance to talk about the next steps. We're in crunch time now. Let's see. So CalRecycle's work on packaging producer responsibility is directly connected to what this council cares about, protecting our ocean, our coast, and the communities that depend on them. Plastic pollution doesn't just stop at the curb. It moves from streets to storm drains to rivers and ultimately to the ocean. And the systems California builds on land also are ocean protection systems. So let's go into a little bit of the details on where we're at in this process. Go to the next slide. So this law fundamentally changes how we manage single-use packaging and plastic serviceware, food serviceware. Previously, California residents, local communities, they were the ones who bore the burden of managing our waste. And now the responsibility is being shifted onto the producers of that packaging. So with that balanced, and the responsibility shifted upstream, now producers, brands, must manage the systems and fund the systems that capture the products that they design. So on May 1st, the regulations took effect, and now we're in the next stage of implementation, which is the Pro Plan process. So I'll talk about it a little bit more later, but yesterday, the Producer Responsibility Plan was just released by Circular Action Alliance, and that outlines their strategies for how they are going to plan to meet the law's requirements. Next slide. As a reminder, here are some of the targets that the law seeks to outline. By 2032, 100% of packaging must be recyclable or compostable. So that's not just single-use packaging, but plastic food serviceware as well. In addition to that 100% recyclability or compostability, there needs to be 25% less plastic used overall, and 65% of that packaging must actually be recycled. Next slide, please. So in addition to those overarching targets, the law really is a dial, not a switch. There are lots of intermittent milestones that need to be met, starting just here in 2027 with the source reduction requirements. So that is at the forefront of what we will be looking at in terms of what the Producer Responsibility Organization is releasing in their plan. In addition to these different milestones, it's important to note that there are over 90 different covered material categories for packaging types, the materials that they're made out of. And so there are lots of different compliance pathways baked into the law to see how those different materials may meet or may not meet those requirements. And that's part of the Producer Responsibility Organization's strategy. We are focused on credible, steady progress, especially when evaluating all of those different pathways. Next slide, please. So another recent update from this year, in January, we released the first SB 54 statewide needs assessment, which was meant to evaluate the current state of recycling and waste collection in California, in addition to evaluate what possibilities exist for outlining the future of what could be implemented to achieve the goals of this law. So some of those things were source reduction strategies, including reuse and refill systems, consumer education and access, as well as current and needed state of collection, processing, and end markets for that packaging waste. We also must update this every 5 years. So this is just the first of many reports that we'll plan to release, and CalRecycle organized internally while working with contractors externally to gather the extensive information. It's not a short read, it's over 1,000 pages. So it's very, very comprehensive. Next slide. Another unique piece of this law is that amongst those over 90 different covered material categories, one was specifically targeted to have different recycling rates be met to prove its viability earlier. This is expanded polystyrene, often called styrofoam by the brand name, and it's a key covered material. This law restricts producers from selling, distributing, or importing EPS food serviceware unless they can determine a 25% recycling rate for all EPS material by January 1st of last year. So the implementation of this is already in effect before everything else is getting regulated. And to re-enter the California market, producers will need to fill the gaps in EPS recovery or recycling if they'd like to continue to use that in the state. And currently it's not making that recycling rate. Next slide, please. So this is a little bit of a data heavy slide, but I'll give a little bit of background to help clarify some things. We've been getting a lot of questions about how this program is funded. The Producer Responsibility Organization is not just required to collect fees from the brands to fund the actual operations of the program and the investments that they need to make. Operations even include CalRecycle's work on this specific program. They'll be reimbursing local governments, local programs for the investments made in the system, even in education and outreach, reuse and refill infrastructure. But on top of all of that, they also have to pay into the Plastic Pollution Mitigation Fund. So that's a distinctly different fund that they are paying into. Starting in July 2027, plastic producers will contribute $500 million annually for 10 years, totaling $5 billion just for the mitigation fund alone. After appropriation by the legislature, funds will be administered by Cal EPA, the Natural Resources Agency, the Strategic Growth Council, and the Department of Justice. And it's intended to repair ecosystems, protect public health and exposure to plastic pollution, and prioritize benefits for disadvantaged communities. So the slide here is just a breakdown of different areas that these funds might go to address. And there's lots of engagement opportunities on this front as well. So there's a public engagement process and tribal consultation underway currently to shape investments, which may include things like stormwater capture, pollution interception, monitoring and mitigation of microplastics, and coastal cleanup projects. Actually, tomorrow, June 17th at 2:30 p.m., these lead agencies will be hosting a community roundtable with Valley Improvement Projects in Modesto to gather input to inform the investment plan. The event is open to all and offers both virtual and in-person attendance options. You can find information both on the Cal EPA website as well as the bottom of the SB 54 webpage. We encourage frequent engagement with this to be able to influence and see where funds may go and where they're most needed. Next slide, please. So I mentioned a few of these already, but producers have already registered with the Producer Responsibility Organization. And like I said, the advisory or the PRO just released its program plan to the advisory board, the Producer Responsibility Advisory Board, for a 60-day review process. So there's also monthly advisory board meetings where the public can go and leave public comment on the draft program plan and help influence the way that that might turn out before it even comes to CalRecycle and the state to review and give feedback officially. In addition, by July 1st, the PRO must also submit its source reduction baseline data to CalRecycle, and this lets us know the amount of plastic that's getting put into packaging currently, so that way we can evaluate and measure progress. So that's coming very soon. Next slide, please. Here are a few QR codes for anybody who is curious about how to get involved or find more information, but CalRecycle's website remains a central hub for all things around this program. In addition, we're hosting several webinars and information sessions on all of the different aspects of this. Coming up, there's one on local governments in conjunction with one of the other programs we manage, SB 1383, around short-lived climate pollutants and methane reduction. The next producer advisory board meeting is actually next Friday. So I mentioned that earlier. It's coming up, so that's a good opportunity to learn more about everybody's thoughts in the plan. And yeah, overall, we're just encouraging stakeholder engagement to help influence how the PRO plan is actually developed and adopted. That should be, the goal is to have that adopted by the end of the year. So we have about 6 months to review this first edition of the PRO plan, which will also be updated until we meet those goal targets. With that, thanks for your continued partnership. It's genuinely a really exciting time to be working on this. I know there's a lot of public discussion and narrative from all different sides because this law really affects everybody in the system. And it's one of the first times we've had the opportunity to bridge the gap between product and packaging design, the systems that collect it, the people who are directly impacted by it, and the environment, which has been negatively affected by it up until this point. So people have been talking about this for years, but we're just at a crucial inflection point, and it's really excited to be a part of this and glad to have you be a part of it too. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Linnea. And I certainly have a couple questions, but we're gonna hold off on the questions for you if you don't mind, and we'll just do Kyla's presentation and then the action item and then have a conversation all at once.
Sounds great.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi. Good afternoon, Chair and Council members. My name is Kyla Kelly, and I'm the Water Quality Program Manager for OPC. Thank you, Linnea, for sharing that update on SB 54. Next, for item 6B, I'll present the statewide microplastic strategy report to the legislature. Next slide, please. In 2018, the California legislature directed OPC to develop a statewide microplastic strategy in coordination with specific state agencies. In 2022, the council adopted the strategy. SB 1263 also requires OPC to submit a report to the legislature on implementation of the strategy, including scientific findings, as well as recommendations to the legislature for how California can continue safeguarding communities, environments, and economies against microplastic pollution. Next slide, please. As brief background and reminder, the 2022 strategy emphasizes early action to prevent proliferation of microplastic pollution in the first place. The first track identifies immediate actions to prevent plastic pollution intervene with microplastics and prevent them from entering California waterways, and outreach and education to reduce plastic use and dependence. Next slide, please. The second track centers on research to advance understanding of microplastics, an iterative process centered on monitoring that is critical to informing risk thresholds for fish advisories, informing water quality impairment determinations by state agencies, understanding what sources of plastics are impacting what communities and ecosystems, and ultimately informing where public investment is action may be needed. Next slide, please. This report was informed by the outcomes and findings of state-funded research, sector-specific workshops hosted by OPC, and other actions taken by state agencies between 2022 and early April 2026. The informational report provides updates on the state of microplastic science in California, recommendations to reduce microplastic pollution in California's communities and environment, advance action-oriented science and support solutions, and finally, implementation status of the strategy over the past 4 years. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Turning first to the state of the science, there are a few key findings and highlights from recent microplastic research in California. First, microplastic pollution is pervasive across both urban and remote coastal environments, but is concentrated near cities. Second, stormwater runoff is a major pathway of microplastic pollution from freshwater habitats to the ocean. And third, microplastics impact marine life and California communities, although further study is needed to understand the full extent and to effectively remediate them. Next slide, please. Supporting this underlying science, the state, OPC, and other external partners, including the federal government, have made significant investments in progress in studying and addressing microplastics. OPC made key investments in foundational microplastics research and standardized monitoring methods to better understand and prevent microplastic pollution in California waters, some of which listed here I'll detail on subsequent slides. The report also outlines actions taken by other state agencies over the last 4 years to implement 22 recommended early actions and 13 research priorities identified in the strategy. Just to name a few, this includes the enactment of SB 54 and adoption of regulations by CalRecycle, inclusion of microplastics in water quality assessments for the first time in the Water Board's Clean Water Act integrated report, and legal action by the Attorney General's office to uphold California's laws related to plastic pollution and packaging. Next slide, please. OPC-funded research included 2 foundational projects informed and selected in coordination with the State Water Resources Control Board, both to advance green infrastructure or low-impact development projects that effectively intervene with the flow of microplastics in stormwater. Together, these 2 studies demonstrate what types of green infrastructure best management practices, or BMPs, are most effective in preventing microplastics from washing from our streets into roadways, as well as provide clear recommendations regarding the sitting and design of green infrastructure projects. Next slide, please. OPC also hosted a series of sector-specific workshops with the textile, vehicle tire, fishing, and aquaculture industries, as identified in the strategy, to identify immediate voluntary and long-term policy solutions to elevate best practices to reduce microplastic pollution coming from these industries. OPC is in the process of scoping additional workshops related to agricultural plastics and other single-use plastic products. Next slide, please. Based on lessons learned from early actions to reduce microplastic pollution and ongoing research, the report provides 10 overarching recommendations that are designed to be complementary with existing state priorities and efforts and accelerate meaningful progress to address the environmental and public health impacts of plastic pollution. The first 3 recommendations focus on plastic pollution prevention, including reducing plastic pollution through targeted upstream restrictions of plastic materials, sector-specific reduction strategies, and expanded producer responsibility programs. Next slide, please. The next 4 recommendations focus on improving monitoring and data collection to fill key knowledge gaps, including identifying, prioritizing major microplastic sources and pathways, strengthening controls on pollution entering waterways, implementing standardized monitoring methods across the state, and establishing a centralized, publicly accessible hub for microplastics data. Next slide, please. The final 3 recommendations focus on advancing the science needed to inform management decisions and improving coordination, including establishing human health and ecological thresholds, translating research into effective policy and management actions, and building public awareness and engagement to support coordinated and equitable action on microplastics. Next slide, please. Now I'll switch gears to a staff recommendation for ongoing implementation of the microplastic strategy. Item 6C, consideration and approval to disperse funds for pilot statewide plastics monitoring program. Next slide, please. As already described, monitoring is foundational to California's efforts to understand and effectively mitigate plastic pollution. Over the past 4 years, OPC has worked closely with the State Water Board and external partners to support microplastic sample collection method standardization, the development of a statewide plastics monitoring strategy and planning framework, which is provided as exhibit for this item. And this is to inform monitoring of large plastic and microplastics in California. Monitoring is critical to understanding the impacts of plastic pollution on our environment and communities and to inform future investments in state actions and solutions. Next slide, please. OPC staff recommend funding to continue this work with the State Water Board to establish a technical advisory committee, conduct government-to-government tribal consultation to ensure pilot sampling design and future monitoring efforts reflect tribal priorities, use the committee and consultation outcomes to design a pilot microplastics monitoring program and potentially special studies that leverage existing monitoring efforts, establish appropriate data management protocols and infrastructure, and field sample collection to fill critical geographic gaps through this pilot program. Next slide, please. As one example, the pilot is anticipated to leverage the State Water Board's existing Stream Pollution Trends Monitoring Program, or SPOT, to efficiently expand microplastics monitoring across diverse land use types while also addressing key geographic and environmental data gaps. Next slide, please. Staff recommends the authorization to disperse up to $2.5 million to develop and implement a pilot statewide microplastics monitoring program to fill key data gaps and advance understanding of the extent of plastic pollution across the state. OPC and State Water Board staff will work to identify the appropriate grantees to help design and implement the plastics monitoring pilot, following consultation with the Technical Advisory Committee and tribal consultation. Critically, this funding not only advances California's ability to understand and effectively address plastic pollution, but will serve as an important bridge funding as the plastic pollution mitigation funds become available to the state to reduce and monitor the impacts of plastic pollution. This bridge funding will sustain momentum for this work, provide critical baseline data that will inform future monitoring, and inform initial state investments to target areas most impacted by microplastic pollution. Next slide, please. Thank you for listening. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much for that presentation. You covered a lot in a short amount of time. Let's move to public comment first before council discussion. I know we have a couple of comments here in the room, and then we will go to virtual public comment. Welcome.
2 minutes.
That's how you're going to start?
Sorry. Good afternoon, chair members. Jennifer Fearing on behalf of a number of organizations that have had the pleasure of working to develop and design, what became SB 54 in 2022, the struggle that included qualifying a ballot measure that was then negotiated to create this transformational work, and then having spent the last 4 years in the struggle with CalRecycle and others to arrive at the moment that we're at and we're going to stay at. This is going to continue to be big, hard work that the state of California takes on, and it's going to be worth it to stay strong and robustly stay committed to the key premise of SB 54, which is that we are notably seeking to transfer the costs associated with single-use plastic packaging and foodware to the producers in the hopes that that motivates them financially to make significant changes, not just to meet the mandates under the law, but their own profit motive, their own desire to save money will help produce those outcomes. We are all powerless to do that. We are all paying, as Linnea said. That's historically, they make a product, it comes in a package, we touch it for a second, we probably throw it in the wrong bin, and we all pay for the consequences. And that this is an intentional public policy effort to shift those costs. There is a lot of talk about affordability and a lot of these same producers. There are cynical websites that are being advertised right now by people pushing to weaken SB 54 further, pointing out that this is a cost that's going to be borne by taxpayers. Au contraire, we bear that cost now. The whole objective of this is to shift and motivate them to move to source, reduce, to eliminate as much unnecessary packaging as possible, and for everything else to either have a home in the blue bin or a green bin, and then actually be circularly, converted into a future product. That is the point. So I just want to note too, the state of California identified $53.3 billion worth of economic benefits to the state of California. Yes, that comes with about a $20 billion estimated cost of getting it, but do the math. That's $30+ billion of benefits that SB 54 stands to produce for Californians. And I didn't know you were going to gang these two issues together, but could I have extra just to comment on the microplastic strategy briefly?
Given that there are
very
two
different
items,
topics.
if you can be concise.
Thank you. I just wanted to identify that under Pathway 1, for the recommended early actions, only 2 of those recommendations have no action reported. There's actually quite a lot of action that a lot of us undertook. Advocates, environmental advocates, sanitation agencies, the legislature, moving, by our count, either 3 or 4 substantive bills that sought to directly implement recommendations that were in OPC's previous statewide microplastic strategy, and successfully moved those bills to the governor's desk where they were vetoed. So our request here is for OPC to help us set a table where we're able to collaborate and actually identify policy pathways that we can get signed that meet with the executive of this state's sort of vision for how we address this. I really appreciate all the work OPC does to tee those up, but when we take it forward, we need help making sure we get it done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Carla Garibay Garcia with Monterey Bay Aquarium. Thank you so much for the update on the progress toward the statewide microplastic strategy. We support the recommendations outlined in the report to the legislature and just wanted to highlight a few that are very important, including restricting harmful materials at the source. This is completely in alignment with Jennifer's comment prior to me, as well as encouraging the use of non-plastic and reusable materials. We're also really excited that there was a recommendation to prevent the false advertisement of materials marketed as biodegradable. We also appreciate the recommendations highlighting the need to continue to shift the cost and the pollution burden away from everyday consumers to producers of plastic products. And we are supportive of implementing standardized measurement and monitoring methodology across the state and establishing human and ecological thresholds. We believe that the aquarium's work in Monterey Bay aligns with the recommendations related to identifying sources and pathways of microplastics, as well as using that data to model and also direct some mitigation and prevention activities to the most needed communities and ecosystems. We also support the disbursement of the $2.5 million to develop the pilot program. And we're looking forward to learning a lot more about this and collaborating with OPC and the state water boards as that rolls out. And specifically wanted to highlight that we really appreciate that there is a mention that there will be tribal consultation and engagement to ensure that tribal priorities are reflected in that pilot program. And also that down the line, there may be also engagement to local communities so that the needs of local communities are taken into consideration. And like I said, we're doing some work in Monterey Bay related to microplastics monitoring, and we really want to continue to work with OPC. We want to make sure that the work that we set up in Monterey Bay not only aligns with the strategy, but helps the state fill in any gaps. So just here as a partner and appreciate all the work that you all do. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Crowfoot and the members of the council. My name is Greg Gerhardt. I'm Deputy Director at the State Water Board of the Office of Information Management Analysis. I'm just here to indicate our support for this item, as well as our enthusiasm and excitement about partnering with the council staff on furthering the monitoring pilot program. So I'll be available for questions if you have any. Thanks.
Thank you very much for all your work. Let's move to online public comment.
We have Emily Parker. Emily, you have the floor.
Hi there. Good afternoon, Secretary Crowfoot and council members. Can you hear me all right?
We sure can.
All right, awesome. My name is Emily Parker. I'm the senior marine scientist with Heal the Bay, an environmental nonprofit based in LA County focused on healthy, safe, clean water. I'd like to thank council staff for the informational updates provided on both SB 54 and the statewide microplastic strategy. And one key theme is clear from both these updates and the comments today. The most effective way to address plastic pollution is to prevent plastics from entering the environment in the first place. SB 54 represents an important step in that direction. However, the existing regulations are pretty behind schedule, and they include some sweeping exemptions and allowances for chemical recycling. This will not be enough to solve the issue alone, and localized work will be an essential complement to these statewide measures. I want to take a moment to highlight one success of OPC's investment in local work that's included in the microplastic strategy update. Through funding provided to the Los Angeles County by OPC to implement their single-use plastics ordinance, Heal the Bay and the Reusable LA Coalition was able to develop and launch an LA-based plastic policy guide. This tool allows anyone to instantly access easy-to-understand information about the plastic reduction and reuse laws in their city using just an address or a business name. This is designed to help increase awareness and compliance in those laws. And since its launch in April of this year, the tool has already been used over 700 times by the community. And this was only made possible by OPC's funding. This project really demonstrates the value of investing in local plastic source reduction. As OPC looks towards future investments, we strongly encourage continued support for local jurisdictions, specifically through investment in reuse infrastructure and reuse-focused ordinances. I also want to provide Heal the Bay's strong support for funding the statewide plastics monitoring program. Heal the Bay has been collecting marine debris data for many decades, but we know that volunteer cleanup data alone can only tell part of the story, and a comprehensive monitoring program is really needed to understand the full scope. So we wholeheartedly support that funding recommendation and want to thank you for your leadership on this issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
There are no other commenters in the queue.
All right, then let's open up council member discussion on each of these items, both Linnea's presentation on the overall SB 54 and the work and the progress there, as well as Kyla's both presentation on the statewide microplastic. Well, let's microplastic strategy, as well as the action item for funding. Turn it to any council members who want to share comments or questions.
Council member Jackson has her hand up.
Please.
Thank you. So a comment and then a question, and sorry, it's kind of hard to disentangle some of these as they're very interconnected. So I think just reiterating some of the points that were made about SB 54 as an overall policy, it really was that kind of like long thought policy that was intended to protect California's communities and also coastal waters and oceans. And I'm definitely proud to have played a part in being at that small table that Senator Allen and the fearless Tina Angelina convened to get that bill over the table. And I think the reality is that implementation is going to be almost as challenging as the hurdle to get those types of policies passed in the first place. And so I think it'll be really critical on all of us as advocates, as entities in the state, to make sure that we hold to that true ambition in order for those benefits to be realized. Because there could be moments where that is in jeopardy. And then I think the second is really kind of a question about the pilot that's put forward. I think it's really exciting to see that we're thinking about what a pilot could look like on microplastic monitoring that's involved in the plan. I think it's headed in the right direction. I just have questions about it. I'm like, it's a pilot. What does it look like to have success in that pilot for it to become a long-term program? Is that a funding constraint? Is there a need for experimentation to figure out like what is the right cadence and frequency to sustain a program like this for the state? I'm just looking for a little bit more detail because it's not in the briefing materials.
Yeah, I think you hit a really key point there in your question about it, that it's, there's been a lot of disparate microplastic sampling projects, but if we want to have a very coordinated effort statewide, I think it's important to start where we can, leveraging a smaller monitoring program and seeing what works, what doesn't, what can we scale more statewide, and also developing just the tools and infrastructure needed to do that, such as, running some of these standardized methods that we've developed, now actually implementing them and using them, as well as developing the infrastructure, the data management infrastructure that is needed to make the data accessible and usable.
Great. So yeah, I think as long as we kind of come back, like if the pilot moves forward and we approve funding for that, but like we really revisit learnings and figure out like maybe even before, and maybe the technical working group will get at this. And like again, I think that point of like, what does success look like? What are we hoping to see from this so that we're really clear-eyed and figure out like, was that effective? What needs to be tweaked before we finalize like any monitoring program moving forward?
Yes, absolutely. And apologies, I forgot to touch on the funding piece. I think part of the for SB 54 Plastic Pollution Mitigation Fund, allowable expenses are monitoring. And so we're hoping to use some of that fund to expand monitoring statewide.
Yeah, and I would just add on to that comment, and I think it's a great one from Councilmember Jackson. We have an opportunity in piloting this monitoring program to integrate best available technology and do this in a way that's more efficient and effective than in the past. And I think about the last 8 years in this job, and I realize that oftentimes we navigate under these legacy technology systems or legacy kind of regulatory approaches or monitoring approaches. And some of that's natural. But the fact is, you know, there's so many tools that can develop a state-of-the-art, efficient, effective, affordable monitoring program. I'm really looking forward to the partnership of OPC and the Water Board in consultation with our scientific advisors, and hopefully, you know, external entities, including technology companies, to figure out how we can do this, because I'm really proud of the work that you all are doing and that we're supporting, because I think we are leading the world on a global problem. We hear about the plastic pollution in our ocean. We live that. We read disturbing studies about the plastics and the microplastics in our own bodies, in the bodies of our kids. So California is definitely leading the way here, and it's a point of pride for us. And let's really, with this monitoring piece, let's get it right so that we can expand a pilot to broader, more durable monitoring across the state and be something that's transferable to other places. I think it's just a great opportunity. So I have a question of Linnea. How can we, first of all, just kudos to our colleagues at the California Environmental Protection Agency, Cal Recycle leading the way, Water Board. It is a really exciting time and it's complex. And, you know, thank you for your efforts around how we navigate issues of affordability. How can we support your work at the Ocean Protection Council? How is it going as it relates to this Venn diagram where the Ocean Protection Council has some responsibility as it relates to the microplastics pollution strategy and the pollution sort of once it enters the ocean? How can we make sure that we're supportive, not only at OPC, but also across the Natural Resources Agency?
Yeah, so of course, Cal Recycle is not directly involved in the Plastic Pollution Mitigation Fund and its disbursement and judging where things go. But I think that some of the studies that might come out of where funding is allocated could influence how we look at the policy that we are implementing in the future, because EPR in general, producer responsibility in general, is always evolving. We see what is going into the system and are constantly measuring. So if studies that are done are complementary to being able to give us the data and the information to make informed policy decisions on what we control, I think that's where the most potential for overlap is. So just maintaining a close relationship and asking questions as studies are designed and as funding is allocated to understand what will be the most informative for redesigning the system upstream will be really beneficial. I'm sure there's even more areas of collaboration, but that's what's top of mind for me.
Thank you. That's helpful. Anyone else? Katie.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to really say thank you for the presentations today. There's been so much work going on in this area, and it's, you know, as was highlighted, it's across multiple agencies and it's strategy and outreach and monitoring development. So just really appreciate the overview today, and really just wanted to say support the ongoing partnership between the water boards and OPC as we're going forward to develop the strategy. This work is all really just continues to be a priority for Secretary Garcia and Cal EPA. So looking forward as we're getting the implementation as well. And I did want to plug on behalf of the California Water Quality Monitoring Council that they will also be having a meeting coming up on June 24th in the afternoon that will have another overview on a lot of on the strategy and another opportunity to just perhaps some more discussion and get more into the weeds of and feedback there as well. So, thank you.
Yeah, and thanks for all the public outreach that you noted. We'll work to elevate just the work that's happening and the opportunity to provide input. But this is really exciting. I mean, just a quick story with my OPC hat on. My family spent spring break in Southern California, and we visited one of the most beautiful state beaches in California, Crystal Cove. And it's a beautiful beach, well cared for within a marine protected area. And I jumped in the water with my goggles to go for a swim, kind of like a deep water swim, famously clear water. And I was blown away and floored. I spent 20 minutes of swimming, and I saw more plastic pollution floating in the water than it was like you have to see it to believe it. And that night I spent I had dinner with the nonprofit conservancy that helps care for that. And I felt like I would take them to task for, this plastic pollution and like, what are you doing locally? And it was a little naive because they said, look, it's everywhere. We do coastal cleanups. We protect and clean our beaches all the time. It's overwhelming. And, policymakers cannot put this responsibility on the consumers. And that's what got us into this mess. And they referenced SB 54. So I had this moment that just reiterated just how challenging this environmental crisis is, and then how inadequate the current solutions have been, and just the need for this broader paradigm shift. So I know it's challenging, but I really appreciate your collective perseverance and to stay at it.
Thank you. On the note of cleanups and seeing all of the different plastic pollution that is out there, one thing that my team specifically does at CalRecycle are the waste characterization studies. So we evaluate the makeup of the waste stream. We do studies at landfills, we do studies at transfer stations where the recycling is collected, and we break down comprehensively all of the different materials that are coming in. So to the point that I made earlier of complementary evaluation, we don't necessarily have the ability to evaluate waste outside of the lens that we operate in. So looking at that full characterization of what kinds of plastics, what kinds of packaging are actually making it to the areas that we all love and enjoy in more detail can help us with those informed decisions. So thanks for that lovely anecdote.
Yeah, that's great. I guess last comment I'd make is you're all doing a good job at this, but let's continue to explain this to people and how it benefits their lives and their communities, because Sacramento can be a swirl of policy and message. And at the end of the day, we're working to improve the health of our residents and communities, protect them basically. So we look forward to getting that message out with you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Good. I guess my last comment would be on the action item for the disbursement of funding. Given that we would be today approving the funding for $2.5 million and not requesting you to come back and explain exactly how you're going to spend the money before you spend the money, I would ask that you all, that staff come back to the council when you have designed the pilot programs, not necessarily for approval, but just so we're tracking how you're implementing this, to Councilmember Jackson's point earlier. That would be very helpful. Okay. I would entertain a motion on action item 6C. Katie Landau.
I will make a motion to adopt the proposed findings as recommended by staff and approve the disbursement under item 6C.
Great. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
All right. I'll recognize the controller on this one. Roll call, please.
Chair Crowfoot,
Yes.
Malia Cohen,
Aye.
Katie Landau,
Yes.
Megan Rocha,
Yes.
Alexis Jackson.
Yes.
The motion passes.
All right. Thank you all. And thanks to our colleagues from our sister agency for coming and presenting to us here today. We're on action item or agenda item 7, which is an action item considered funding for our statewide marine aquaculture action plan and disbursement of funds to support the science plan. This relates to our strategic plan objective of supporting thriving fishing communities, climate resilient fisheries, and sustainable aquaculture. And we'll turn it over to our colleague Katie to present.
Good afternoon, council members and members of the public. My name is Katie Sierra. I'm the Sustainable Fisheries and Aquaculture Program Manager. And today I'll be requesting approval of the statewide Marine Aquaculture Action Plan, also known as the Action Plan, and disbursement of funds to support the Aquaculture Science Plan. Next slide, please. So a thriving marine aquaculture industry in California has the potential to support healthy food production, provide economic opportunity, advance tribal Native American priorities, and benefit coastal communities. Despite these benefits, the growth of the industry to date has been limited, in part by a complex regulatory landscape and the absence of a coordinated statewide strategy to guide its development. To begin to address these challenges, OPC convened the Aquaculture Leadership Team in 2021. The leadership team is made up of all the state agencies with jurisdiction over marine aquaculture in California, including the Department of Fish and Wildlife, the California Fish and Game Commission, the California Coastal Commission, California State Lands Commission, State Coastal Conservancy, the California Water Boards, the Department of Public Health, and the Department of Food and Agriculture. And I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the valuable collaboration from all of the agency's staff that participated in the leadership team. This represents a massive amount of time and staff contribution. And so just really wanted to take that time to acknowledge those staff, many of whom are in the room or online today. Next slide, please. So I want to give you an overview of the process of developing the action plan and how we got to where we are today. But first, I just want to take a second to make kind of a personal acknowledgement and say that the development of this plan began long before I started at OPC, and countless individuals have contributed to this plan. During the development of this plan, I've had the opportunity to work with tribal members, members of the aquaculture industry, countless individuals, OPC leadership, of other OPC staff like Hallie Brown have been instrumental in getting the action plan to where it is today. And so the marine aquaculture industry in California might be small, but you all are very mighty. So I appreciate it greatly. So beginning in 2021, the leadership team released guiding principles. In 2022, we held community listening sessions to inform the development of the action plan. In 2023 and 2024, the leadership team began developing goals and actions for the action plan. And in October 2025, we invited early tribal consultation and initiated engagement with the Aquaculture Development Committee, or ADC, on the action plan. In winter of 2026, we held workshops with conservation organizations and marine industry, aquaculture industry participants. And then in March of this year, we initiated tribal consultation and, again, engagement with the Aquaculture Development Committee on the draft action plan. In April, we released that draft publicly, and then in May, we concluded tribal consultation, public comment, and engagement with the Aquaculture Development Committee on that plan, which brings us to today, where we're requesting final approval of the action plan. Next slide, please. So the first act of the leadership team was to release the Aquaculture Guiding Principles in 2021. Those principles established the state's vision for marine aquaculture. The guiding principles were the first step towards the development of a marine aquaculture action plan. And the action plan is critical to establish a roadmap for aquaculture development in the state and advance target 4.1.6 of our strategic plan. Next slide, please. So the action plan provides a 5-year roadmap to establish a strong foundation for sustainable marine aquaculture development, increase coordination across state agencies, and improve governance, regulation, and oversight of aquaculture operations. The plan is focused on commercial marine aquaculture, or aquaculture intended for harvest for sale. The plan focuses on marine algae and shellfish in marine waters, and algae, shellfish, and finfish in land-based systems along the coast. So now I'll dig a little bit more into the process for developing the action plan by providing an overview of tribal consultation and public comment on the draft plan. Next slide. During consultation on the draft action plan, tribes expressed that tribal aquaculture projects may serve purposes beyond commercial profit, including food sovereignty, restoration, and advancing tribal stewardship. Tribes expressed that siting of aquaculture operations should not interfere with tribal cultural resources and practices, impact tribal cultural landscapes, fishing and gathering areas, or other culturally significant species. Tribes also requested meaningful coordination and consultation throughout the implementation of the plan, particularly on siting and environmental impact actions. Tribes also conveyed that they should have opportunities to participate in monitoring programs and collaborative research efforts. Next slide, please. So OPC staff received 197 public comments on the draft action plan from conservation organizations, marine aquaculture practitioners, aquaculture industry organizations, academic institutions, federal partners, and members of the public. In general, these comments expressed broad support for the draft action plan. Many commenters expressed satisfaction with the development process, and others highlighted the economic, ecosystem, and food security benefits of seaweed and shellfish aquaculture. Many comments emphasized that sustainable aquaculture development must be balanced with strong environmental protection. In addition, many commenters provided specific recommendations for implementing the plan. Many commenters noted that meaningful implementation of the action plan requires the state to ensure adequate funding and agency capacity to accomplish the action plan's ambitious goals. Commenters also highlighted resources, key partners, and recommendations for implementation. Commenters also provided some direct recommendations for plan revisions. Next slide, please. So here are some highlights of revisions that were made to the final action plan, informed by tribal consultation and public comment. Tribal consultation informed increased coordination and consultation with tribes throughout the plan, inclusion of tribal science in monitoring and research efforts, and the addition of a new action, 3.4, to work in partnership with tribes to identify barriers and vision opportunities for the sustainable development of tribal-led marine aquaculture. Public comment also led to numerous revisions, which include increased focus on best available science. We shifted 2 actions to the near term, the Aquaculture Monitoring Framework, Action 2.5, and evaluating pilot scale aquaculture programs, Action 3.3. And we also revived and strengthened water quality language in Action 2.7. Next slide, please. So now that we've discussed the process to get here, I'd like to turn a little bit to the content of the action plan. So the action plan is organized into 3 goals. Goal 1 is to improve California's aquaculture governance framework through increased interagency coordination and transparency. Goal 2 is to maximize environmental sustainability and continue to protect and enhance public health. And Goal 3 is to facilitate sustainable development of marine aquaculture in state waters. Slide, please. So there are numerous actions within the plan, but I just wanted to provide some examples from each of the goals to give you an idea of the content of the plan. So I can highlight in Goal 1, Action 1.4, which is the development of a consolidated permit application process. Goal 2, Action 2.2 is to develop local programmatic environmental impact reports to enable decision-making to present and future projects, identify significant environmental impacts, and outline potential mitigation strategies. And Goal 3, later on, we'll address the first 2 actions listed there, and we already highlighted Action 3.4. Next slide, please. So I want to highlight steps towards implementing the action plan. So it's organized into near-term and midterm actions, near-term actions being 1 to 3 years and midterm actions being 3 to 5 years. Throughout implementation of the action plan, OPC will continue to convene the leadership team and coordinate with key partners. Every 3 years, OPC staff will report to the council on progress towards achieving the action plan and identify additional priorities as needed. Next slide, please. So I want to highlight 2 near-term actions OPC will lead to implement the action plan. Action 3.2, to develop a state aquaculture science plan that identifies best available ecological and socioeconomic science. And Action 3.3, to evaluate the development of pilot scale aquaculture permit program in California. Next slide, please. So in order to implement these near-term actions, we are requesting up to $500,000 in funding to California Sea Grant. California Sea Grant will develop an aquaculture science plan, which summarizes best available aquaculture science and identifies knowledge gaps and science needs to inform aquaculture governance. California Sea Grants will coordinate with the leadership team and convene a science panel. They will host workshops with key partners, including California Native American tribes, industry participants, and conservation organizations to develop the science plan. Sea Grant will also develop a landscape analysis to identify pathways and barriers to implementing pilot-scale aquaculture in California. Next slide. In conclusion, I recommend the adoption of the statewide Marine Aquaculture Action Plan, and the council directs staff to continue to work with the leadership team and partners to implement the plan. I also recommend disbursement of up to $500,000 to California Sea Grant to develop an aquaculture science plan. Thank you. Next slide, please. Thank you. Happy to take any questions you guys may have.
Thank you so much, Katie. Let's first move to public comment and invite anyone here in the room at the Natural Resources Agency in Sacramento to come to the podium and share your comment. We've got a handful of folks, so welcome.
Good afternoon, chairs, members, and staff of the council. My name is Randy Lovell. I'm the State Aquaculture Coordinator for California, and I wanted to appear today in person to commend the industrious hard work and leadership of OPC staff, particularly Katie Sierri, as well as Executive Director Eckerly, throughout the development of this Marine Aquaculture Action Plan. Their success in coordinating an agency leadership team of aquaculture regulatory agencies in the state, a statutorily defined aquaculture development committee that I convene, and extensive outreach to tribes, NGOs, and the public generally has resulted in a clear roadmap, widely supported plan of action. This plan is the first public roadmap since 1979, when the legislature established Public Resources Code, a policy and program toward encouraging and improving the science and practice of aquaculture. It has been a long time coming. It is most welcome, and our work is only just beginning. I encourage your adoption of the plan today and look forward to assisting with implementation of the actions described therein. Thank you.
Thank you for your leadership and partnership. Exciting.
Good afternoon, Secretary Crowfoot and members of the council. My name is Caroline Newell. I am an environmental scientist with the California Fish and Game Commission, working as the commission's marine aquaculture lead. The commission is charged with leasing state water bottoms for commercial aquaculture, and as a member of the statewide aquaculture leadership team, the commission staff are pleased to voice our support for the OPC statewide Marine Aquaculture Action Plan. We deeply appreciate Katie Sierri's work in leading this effort and your staff's incorporation of commission priorities into the plan as it pertains to commercial shellfish and seaweed aquaculture in marine waters. We find the prospect of jointly advancing the goals of the plan exciting, as they will improve the administration and management of commercial aquaculture in California, thereby affording greater responsiveness to current and future leaseholders. We look forward to continued collaboration in implementing the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for your work as a scientist at the Fish and Wildlife Department.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Bridget Mulcairn, and I'm here on behalf of Audubon, California. We want to thank OPC staff for their work on the Aquaculture Action Plan and the changes they have made to ensure our shorelines can support sustainable development of marine aquaculture while providing invaluable ecosystem services and habitat to avian species. California's coastline is a critical part of the Pacific Flyway, supporting millions of shorebirds and sea ducks each year. Aquaculture development that avoids and minimizes impacts on essential habitat, such as eelgrass and shorebird habitat, is critical. Audubon is pleased to see the adjustment of the timeframe in Action 1.5 from midterm to near term. This action will develop and publish the standardized aquaculture monitoring framework, which will benefit from early development of indicators for sustainable aquaculture, which are critical for measuring science-driven methods and should be prioritized. We also want to thank the staff for the additional Action 3.4, which explicitly calls out the opportunity to work in partnership with tribes. We encourage OPC to more explicitly recognize the role of non-governmental organizations, which play critical roles both in local communities and in driving scientific expertise, local knowledge, and relationships. In the future, we encourage
prioritizing ecological carrying capacity assessments of California's bays and estuaries, which will help identify appropriate areas for aquaculture development and avoid impacts to sensitive habitats. We thank OPC for engaging NGOs throughout the development of this plan and look forward to continued collaboration with you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Paige Herbert, and I'm a legal and policy intern for the Environmental Action Committee of West Marin. We thank the OPC staff, particularly Katie Ciuri, for the extensive stakeholder outreach and effort put into this final action plan. We'd like to highlight a few keynotes. We support the implementation of a standardized monitoring framework, and we specifically want to call out that lost plastic gear is still found in Tomales Bay, thus amplifying the need for continual cleanup, gear marking, and best management practices. Avoiding finfish marine aquaculture is a very high priority to us, and we request a more explicit exclusion of marine finfish from the final plan. We support the plan's commitment to support the removal of legacy aquaculture debris from abandoned aquaculture sites and requirements for aquaculture leaseholders to remove all structures and restore sites to original conditions when lease ends. We add that agencies should make sure financial sureties are in place to ensure this happens. We want to ensure there are opportunities for public participation and transparency related to siting, frequency monitoring, and compliance. There needs to be adequate state compliance funding. For example, the coastal development permits, leases, and other permitting documents should be made available for public review, and any spatial mapping or analyses should be subject to a public review process. Lastly, we also support the strong tribal engagement. Thank you for your collaboration and investment in this plan. We look forward to continue engagement with OPC on the science plan to ensure California's aquaculture is sustainable with aqueduct oversight. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Secretary Crowfoot and members of the council. My name is Caitlin Birch, marine scientist with Oceana. I'd like to start by thanking OPC staff, especially Katie Ciuri, for your very extensive stakeholder outreach and everything that went into developing the plan. We really appreciate it, so thank you. Oceana is part of the coalition, Aquaculture Coalition, that EAC convenes, and so I will just me too all of Paige's previous comments. And then I'll just further emphasize that we continue to strongly believe that explicitly excluding marine finfish aquaculture should be a California waters policy stance. Finfish aquaculture introduces well-documented risks to California's marine ecosystems, including pollution, disease, and parasite transmission, wildlife interactions, escapement, conflict with fisheries, and increased demand on wild forage fish for feed, and is fundamentally at odds with the state's commitments to ecosystem-based management and ocean conservation. Currently, marine finfish is omitted from the state's action plan as it is, but we request that the council ask today for the addition of an explicit exclusion of marine finfish aquaculture in state waters in the final plan. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you.
Hello again, Scott Webb with the Resource Renewal Institute. I'd like to thank the OPC staff, particularly Katie, for all the hard work put in this final plan. It's really cool to see this all come to fruition. Similarly, me tooing the comments made by my colleagues at West Marin EAC, and as my colleague just laid out, I'd like to reiterate the call to exclude marine finfish aquaculture and request that the council add language explicitly excluding marine finfish aquaculture in the state waters into the final action plan. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Move to online comment.
We have 5 commenters in the queue. Our first speaker is Margaret Pilaro. Margaret, you have the floor.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Crowfoot and members of the council. My name is Margaret Pilaro, Executive Director of the Pacific Coast Shellfish Growers Association. We represent shellfish growers along the West Coast, including approximately 20 producers who grow mussels, oysters, and clams in California, and I'm here to support the action plan's adoption and note that I've submitted written comments that contain recommendations that will make its implementation more effective. California shellfish aquaculture is small but a significant industry that generates over $35 million dollars in income as it supports rural coastal economies and generational family businesses that have operated for decades. Shellfish are a net environmental positive. They require no feed nor fertilizer inputs. They filter water and sequester carbon. They're among the most sustainable proteins on the planet by virtually every measure. Despite this, California producers face some of the most complex and layered permitting pathways in the nation. The action plan represents a meaningful step towards recognizing aquaculture as a legitimate and valued use of coastal resources in the state. So thank you for that. To fulfill its promise, however, the plan needs measurable accountability, and I recommend the Aquaculture Development Committee be formally assigned responsibility for developing and maintaining these metrics. I hope this plan marks the beginning of shellfish aquaculture getting the positive recognition that it has long deserved in this state. Thank you to the council for the opportunity to provide comment, and thank you for all of the work done by OPC staff and others to complete this important document. Members of PCSJ and I are willing to work collaboratively with OPC and agencies on implementation of this plan, and we support its acceptance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Asha Hudson. Asha, you have the floor.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome, thank you. Hello, my name is Asia Hudson. Good afternoon to everybody in the room and online watching. I am the Marine Conservation Analyst and Program Manager with the Environmental Defense Center. First and foremost, I would like to thank OPC staff and everybody who, over the years, as the presenter said, put in the work and the effort into making this become a reality at this point in time. The extensive outreach and engagement with the public that happened to inform this is much appreciated. And I would like to echo some of the folks in the room by saying we request that in this final draft, the finfish be singled out specifically as something that California is not going to engage in as an aquaculture item for all of the reasons listed. As it's mitigating it seems to be less needed or more difficult than warranted. So yes, thank you for the time to give comments. Have a good one.
The next
Thank
speaker
you very much.
is Gary Fleener. Gary, you have the floor. Gary, can you unmute yourself?
Yes. How's that?
Great.
Yep, we can hear you.
Great. My name's Gary Fleener, and I work for Hog Island Oyster Company. You may know us for our farm-to-table restaurants, but Hog Island's been farming shellfish in Northern California for more than 40 years. I'm speaking today to express full support for the aquaculture plan, and like others, I want to thank Katie and her team. If anybody can be credited with herding mollusks, it would be Katie. I also want to speak briefly on what this plan represents scientifically and perhaps even morally. Shellfish and seaweed have nourished coastal people for as long as humans have lived near the sea. As Margaret said, they're among the most nutritious foods on Earth and among the most ecologically important in the coastal zone. What makes modern marine aquaculture so compelling is that when we do it well, it can mimic and support the very same ecosystem processes that nature has evolved over millions of years. As Margaret said, no feed inputs, fresh water, no antibiotics. Shellfish farming is not a newfangled extractive industry. It's a careful, science-informed collaboration. And I just want to say that this is also the conclusion reached by some of the world's largest conservation organizations. The Environmental Defense Fund, the Nature Conservancy, and the World Wildlife Fund all have substantial aquaculture programs. And I think this action plan really leads the way for California to travel to a place where global conservation science has already arrived. What we're asking today is that we don't let this good work gather dust because it's too difficult to bring the key agencies together. Our company and the rest of California's marine aquaculture community stand ready to support the legislature, the governor, the Natural Resources Agency, and all the others here in turning this blueprint into action. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Laura Rink. Laura, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Secretary Crowfoot and council members. My name is Laura Rink. I am a Los Angeles-based community college faculty member, helping lead a newly established aquaculture certificate program focused on preparing students for careers in California's growing blue economy. I am also the Associate Aquarium Director for Heal the Bay, a longstanding environmental nonprofit that supports workforce development initiatives through science-based, environmentally responsible practices. I would like to express Heal the Bay's support for the adoption and implementation of the Aquaculture Action Plan, including the disbursement of funds to support an aquaculture science plan. Heal the Bay strongly supports Strategic Goal 3, which calls for the development of an aquaculture science plan and pilot scale program, and we welcome the opportunity to help inform its development, as there is value in environmental nonprofits supporting the much needed public outreach for responsible aquaculture. For decades, Heal the Bay has served as a steward and advocate for the health of Los Angeles waters and watersheds, with a commitment to using sound science to guide environmental management, restoration, and policy decisions. From a workforce development perspective, the action plan as a whole has tremendous potential to strengthen connections between education, research, industry, and environmental stewardship. Community colleges across the Los Angeles region are already building successful blue economy workforce programs. And as aquaculture education continues to expand throughout Southern California, this plan represents an important investment in the industry our students are preparing to enter. As these programs continue to grow, it is critical that students receive real-world training and environmentally responsible aquaculture practices across shellfish, seaweed, and finfish production. Each of these sectors can contribute to sustainable food systems, strengthen domestic seafood productions, and when guided by established science-based practices, support broader ecosystem restoration and climate resilience. We are excited about the opportunities the action plan creates to foster regional partnerships, advance responsible aquaculture, and provide students with meaningful hands-on learning experiences that benefit both California's economy and environment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The final speaker is Kevin Gaines. Kevin, you have the floor.
Thank you. My name is Kevin Gaines, and I'm the Director of Operations of CalPark. We're located at the Port of Los Angeles at Altasea. Good afternoon, Secretary Crowfoot, Director Eckerly, and distinguished members of the committee. I wanted to thank the Ocean Protection Council and especially Katie for this excellent statewide marine aquaculture plan. CalPark had appreciated being part of the Aquaculture Development Committee meeting and the OPC working groups to help develop this aquaculture plan. And as previously mentioned, this report provides a clear roadmap for the building of a sustainable marine aquaculture industry that protects our environment while supporting California's blue economy. My comment is simple: prioritize funding for this implementation. The plan itself recognizes that success depends on agency capacity and resources, and without these dedicated funds, the important actions will remain aspirations rather than accomplishments. CDF&W is limited in processing and approving state bottom leases and permits and needs more staff and funding to meet this plan's goals. Secondly, I encourage CDF&W and partner agencies to accelerate the permitting reform. A coordinated programmatic permitting process with clear timelines reduces unnecessary barriers while maintaining California's high environmental standards and providing certainty for the applicants. I would encourage more meetings of the Aquaculture Development Committee, bringing together the industry, scientists, tribes, regulators on a consistent basis will improve transparency, collaboration, and problem solving. Finally, the immediate launch of the Aquaculture Science Plan is critical. Investing in California-specific research and adaptive management will ensure that future permitting policy decisions are guided by the best available science and continue to protect our marine ecosystems. And once again, thank you so much for all the work that went into this. It's a very aspirational plan, and I can't wait to see it come to fruition.
Thank you very much. And that concludes our public comment. I would turn it over or open it up to our council members for any questions or comments. Megan.
Yeah, hi. I was just wondering about the public comments about the marine finfish and explicitly excluding them.
Yeah, and help us understand, like I usually think of fish with fins. So what is a fin fish in this context compared to a non-fin fish?
Well, I mean, I think you defined it pretty well. It's generally a fish with fins is what we would consider a fin fish. So there's certainly probably a more technical definition, but we can leave it there. But a fish that swims maybe is a better way of
Got
thinking about it. So currently the plan defines marine aquaculture in the state as shellfish and seaweed in marine waters. So while the plan does not explicitly exclude finfish aquaculture in marine waters, that is not the current focus of the plan, nor is it our current definition. None of the actions in this plan are targeted at marine finfish. And in fact, there are a number of regulatory barriers that would limit any sort of finfish development in the ocean. And as you've heard from all the people on the call, and hopefully from my presentation today, the process of developing this action plan was done in coordination with numerous partners in the space, including numerous members of the industry, not all of whom are represented today. So I feel like the plan that we've produced and the definition of marine aquaculture that we've produced is reflective of the feedback of all of the agency partners that were called out throughout the development of this plan. It's reflective of the input that we received from all of our stakeholders. And there is nothing in this plan that proposes finfish aquaculture in the ocean.
So no loopholes. That's what you're telling me. You feel solid. Okay, good.
Yeah, that's helpful. That was a question I was going to ask. Well, look, first of all, one conclusion I make is that we should clone you, Katie, and have you run more of our outreach processes. In all seriousness, it's really it's great to hear, and we hear it from others as well. But I just want to acknowledge your work because you had a broad cross section of stakeholders. You know, thank OPC and you for the outreach. So that's to be commended. Secondly, I'm really excited about this plan for a couple of different reasons. It seems like it both will deepen our scientific understanding of aquaculture and also ensure this strategic plan priority we have to actually support thriving fisheries. I note this focus on ensuring that permitting is thoughtful and adequate, but also consolidated and efficient. And I think we have a real opportunity here to ensure that we can protect the environment and enable, commercial production through efficient permitting. A lot of the permit processes that we have inherited tend to be sometimes more complicated than they need to be, and sort of the result of a lot of calcified, well-intended process. So I'm really looking forward, if we approve this funding, to that analysis of really the kind of the permitting situation, both the challenges and barriers and opportunities. And I would really ask you to ensure that the grantee engaged with not only our colleagues working on aquaculture and other state agencies, but commercial entities, because we really have the opportunity to get it right and show what consolidated permitting looks like that's both adequate and effective. I want to just ask a quick question, which is, outside of work, I love getting up to Tomales Bay and eating oysters, and have seen different commercial production up there. What is the state of existing production? Presumably, this is all about addressing, new production. What's the state of sort of existing shellfish production in California? And then is there any commercial algal commercial development? It seems like that's another focus of the plan. Is there any sort of legacy projects in the state?
Yeah, a lot to unpack there, Secretary. So first off, there are a number of commercial shellfish operations in California. Some in Tomales Bay, some elsewhere in the state. There are also, aquaculture operations in the Port of Humboldt, which is kind of outside of the jurisdiction of this plan because those are granted state lands. There's also efforts in the Port of San Diego and throughout the state. So there are also, I can't list every single species because I'm not the expert. We could get Randy up here, but essentially oyster operations, mussel operations. And so this plan both addresses reducing barriers and ensuring continued environmental sustainability of those existing operations, while also allowing for the potential development of new operations. So as you've heard from environmental groups, there are a number of, ways that our monitoring could be more effective. There are a number of ways that we could be employing best management practices more effectively. And a lot of that comes from our internal coordination to really make sure that we are communicating clearly our goals for aquaculture, and then making sure that aquaculture operations are adhering to those standards. And then in terms of seaweed aquaculture in California, there are some limited seaweed aquaculture farms. So those are generally concentrated in those ports that I mentioned earlier. The Port of San Diego has a few operations. Seaweed aquaculture is somewhat newer in California, and there are lots of avenues for developing more commercial applications for seaweed aquaculture. And then there are a lot of really exciting potential benefits of seaweed aquaculture. It's just kind of a newer field.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Okay, seeing no other council member questions or comments, I would entertain a motion.
Pardon me. Alexis Jackson has her hand up.
Oh, so sorry. And so sorry, Alexis, we can't actually see you on the screen. So always feel free just to take yourself off mute.
No worries. And I'll try and be brief in interest of time. From public comment and also from comments that have come through from council members, a lot of work has gone into this plan, and definitely want to applaud the OPC on the work here. I think for that reason, it's even more challenging to see the language that's included in the purpose section that says the pace of action plan implementation will depend on political will, agency capacity, and the availability of resources and funding. I think there were a couple of comments from the public that really spoke to the challenges of not wanting this to be a plan that accumulates dust, wanting it to be one that's in action. And I do think that the OPC within, statute, when you look at kind of what our obligations are, does have a role to play around like how that political will and how that capacity is shifted, and the types of recommendations that we put forward, whether it's to the legislature or the governor's office. So I think it's just a moment to kind of reflect on like, is this the kind of precedent that we want to be putting in our reports, acknowledging that those are all real challenges, but also that we have, I think, a role to play as OPC into shifting some of those dynamics. So I just wanted to call out that language in the plan, and I'm still processing it a little bit.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think that's a really helpful acknowledgement, and I'll acknowledge the need for capacity, but I'll also challenge us. With this plan, we have an opportunity to envision regulatory oversight and permitting in a new and evolved way. And I spent a lot of my time over the last 8 years, interacting with our permitting processes and trying to help them be, again, ensure adequacy, but be more efficient. And so whether we are using, new technology and consolidating permitting and utilizing technology as it relates to oversight and monitoring, et cetera, I'd really challenge us as we implement this to really lean on an evolution there. That's not to say that we won't need new resources. I recognize that we will, and I think the OPC has a role to play in building that political will. And let's just not default to the legacy systems and organizations and processes. Let's build this sector. Let's modernize this sector through the action plan in a way that can really serve as a model for other sustainable management of resources across the state. Excellent. Then I would entertain a motion on item number 7 to leave it there, and I'll volunteer Katie Landau to make the motion.
Thank you. So for item 7, I'll move to adopt the statewide marine aquaculture action plan and disbursement of funds to support the aquaculture science plan as recommended by staff for item 7.
Great. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I'll second.
Okay, 2 seconds. Thank you very much. Can we call the roll?
Chair Crowfoot,
Yes.
Malia Cohen,
Yes.
Katie Landau,
Yes.
Megan Rocha,
Yes.
Alexis Jackson.
Yes.
The motion passes.
All right. Congratulations and thank you for everyone who shaped the action plan. Really exciting. Let's move on to the second to last substantive item, which is an action item. And it specifically advances, again, that objective around supporting thriving fishing communities, climate resilient fisheries, and sustainable aquaculture. And specifically, we're going to consider disbursement of funding to support fisheries management. And we welcome Katie back up to the podium.
Hi, feel like I was just here. For those of you who just tuned in, my name is Katie Sierra. I'm the Sustainable Fisheries and Aquaculture Program Manager for OPC. And today I will request funding for 6 projects to advance fisheries management and 1 project to support endangered species recovery. Next slide, please. Slide, please. The state is responsible for managing dozens of recreational and commercial fisheries under the Marine Life Management Act. The master plan provides guidance on a continuum of tools for fisheries management. These tools range from enhanced status reports to more comprehensive fishery management plans, allowing management resources to be directed where they are most needed. For example, stock assessments provide critical scientific information on population status, harvest rates, and sustainability, while management strategy evaluation helps test and compare potential management actions under varying ecological and economic conditions. Together, these tools inform adaptive, science-based fisheries management and support precautionary approaches for more data-limited fisheries. The proposed projects today will advance fisheries management for 3 fisheries: barred sand bass, white sea bass, and California halibut, and 3 strategic plan targets. Next slide, please. The management approaches established by the master plan establish sustainable and adaptive fisheries management. But California's inherently dynamic ocean and coastal ecosystems are becoming increasingly variable as the effects of climate change progress. Fisheries managers must make proactive, responsive, and data-driven decisions informed by innovative techniques and approaches to combat these impacts. To address these challenges, OPC envisions the future release of a statewide climate-ready fisheries strategy, which will build on the master plan and other state policies to outline the state's approach to future-proofing California's fisheries. The strategy will advance new and ongoing priorities to enable more flexible and responsive management. Today, I will present projects to advance immediate fisheries management needs and incorporate innovative techniques. These projects have been identified in close collaboration with the Department of Fish and Wildlife to advance immediate needs and near-time priorities, including fishery management, informed by inclusive partner engagement for 3 key species, evaluation and reduction of bycatch, and data modernization. Next slide, please. Today, I will request funding for 7 projects. The first 4 projects led by RLF will support the evaluation of innovative management strategies and key fisheries management for 3 species. These projects will prioritize inclusive partner engagement through external facilitation and collaboration with the department's Deputy Director for Strategic Engagement, Equity, and Partnerships. Work by the University of California, Davis will enhance sustainability of the trawl fishery by testing modified gear and investigating bycatch. Funding to the Department of Fish and Wildlife will further enhance the sustainability of the trawl fishery. And the final project will advance the recovery of endangered white abalone. Next slide, please. The first 4 projects will be conducted by the Resources Legacy Fund to advance fishery management for 3 fisheries and to explore innovative management techniques. This first project will convene an expert working group to provide technical guidance on innovative assessment methods for state-managed fisheries. The working group will develop scalable tools and workflows tailored to the diverse suite of state-managed species, which vary in data availability, vulnerability to climate impacts, fishery size, and existing regulations. Project outcomes will include a report on the toolbox of quantitative methods and decision-making processes available, as well as outreach products for partners. Overall, this project will inform critical management improvements for state fisheries and foster transparency and collaboration in fisheries governance. Next slide, please. This next project focuses on barred sand bass, a species that supports a popular recreational fishery in Southern California, where it is highly targeted by shore-based anglers, private vessel owners, and commercial passenger fishing vessels. This proposed project will build on an ongoing OPC-funded project, which is completing peer review of the species stock assessment and developing quantitative tools and strategies for management strategy evaluation. Therefore, this project will support the first ever management strategy evaluation for the species. Partners will be engaged by an internal facilitator through a minimum of 4 public meetings to ensure transparency and incorporate diverse perspectives. The results of these efforts will provide managers with improved data and practical insights for evaluating management strategies under different scenarios. Next slide, please. This project focuses on white sea bass, a species valued by commercial and recreational fishermen in California. This project will support the update and peer review of the species stock assessment, enable the first ever update of the fishery management plan, and complete a first ever management strategy evaluation for the species. Development of the fishery management plan and management strategy evaluation will be informed by externally facilitated partner engagement to ensure that new analytical approaches and partner input are incorporated. Project outcomes will also directly inform revisions to the existing enhanced status report for the species. Next slide, please. These next 3 projects outline complementary strategies for sustainable management of the California halibut fishery. Halibut is a valuable state-managed commercial and recreational fishery. The species is targeted using trawl, set gill net, hook and line, and recreational rod and reel gear. The project will develop a peer-reviewed stock assessment for the central and northern populations, as well as statewide management strategy evaluation. Partners will be engaged by a professional facilitator during the MSE to incorporate diverse perspectives and promote collaborative decision-making. Outcomes of this project will also directly inform revision of the enhanced status report. Additionally, this project will support peer review of the ongoing bycatch evaluation for the halibut trawl fishery, and also evaluate the development of a new electronic monitoring program for the trawl fishery. The monitoring program will be informed by partner workshops and lesson learned from ongoing OPC-funded work to ensure that the program improves data accuracy, reduces monitoring costs, and increases transparency in fishery-reported data. Next slide, please. The next 2 projects help ensure the long-term sustainability of the halibut trawl fishery. This project will build on an existing California Sea Grant-funded project to test modified trawl gear in close collaboration with fishermen. The California Sea Grant-funded project will evaluate the effectiveness of gear modifications for reducing bycatch and evaluating the quality of halibut catch. OPC funding to UC Davis on this project will expand the scope and impact of that project by expanding industry and participation in the study and supporting the development of a best practices guide. The project will also use marker capture techniques to evaluate the impact of trawling on post-release mortality for juvenile halibut. And the project will use underwater cameras to examine the behavior of non-target species that often contribute to bycatch. Next slide, please. This project will provide funds to the Department of Fish and Wildlife to address an essential data need for the trawl fishery. Until December 2024, the Federal West Coast Groundfish Observer Program provided the state with bycatch and discard data for this fishery. But the loss of these observers has resulted in a critical data gap. This project will fund state fisheries observers to fill that gap by collecting critical, high-quality discard and catch disposition data from the fleet. These fisheries observers are necessary to sustain monitoring and ensure that bycatch remains at or below acceptable levels. Observer coverage is essential until an electronic monitoring program, as I described in Project A4, can be implemented. Next slide, please. Finally, this last project will advance endangered species recovery. The Department of Fish and Wildlife plays a critical role in supporting the recovery of endangered species such as white abalone. Unfortunately, cuts and delays in federal funding have led to a critical funding gap for the department's white abalone recovery program this year. Temporary funding is needed to continue this valuable program. This project will enable department vessel and diving support for white abalone outplanting and recruitment surveys, data entry, data analysis, and report preparation. Additionally, this project will enable the execution of a previously funded UC Davis project to culture and outplant white abalone and restore rocky reef systems in California. Next slide, please. In conclusion, I recommend the disbursement of up to $3.95 million to various awardees to support adaptive fisheries management and endangered species recovery. The execution of these funds will support Objective 4.1 of our strategic plan and have been identified in close collaboration with our partners at the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Next slide, please. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks so much, Katie. Let's move to public comment. Is there any public comment here in the auditorium? We have at least one person. Welcome to the podium.
Good afternoon, Caitlin Birch with Oceana. We want to thank the council and department staff for bringing forward this funding package. I'm going to speak to the California halibut investments, though I have thoughts on the others, not enough time. We've been engaged on California halibut management since 2012, and we strongly support these investments and appreciate the recognition that California halibut management has significant scientific and monitoring needs that require attention. We encourage the council to ensure these investments are designed, however, to deliver tangible management outcomes, and for the trawl fishery, projects should remain focused on the currently open trawl grounds and areas for permitted trawling. For the stock assessment and management strategy evaluation, the measure of success will be whether these efforts provide managers with actual tools that they need to sustainably manage the fishery over the long term. That means assessment products that are capable of supporting management reference points, harvest control rules, catch limits, and overfishing thresholds. The previous stock assessment for the Southern California stock was not suitable for setting management targets. The California halibut trawl fishery catches more than 235 species, including sharks and rays, sea bass, giant sea bass, marine mammals, seabirds, and in the northern part of the fishery, the federally threatened southern DPS of green sturgeon. The fishery's interactions with green sturgeon remain an unresolved Endangered Species Act issue. We strongly support the peer review of the state's trawl bycatch evaluation and appreciate that inclusion in the investment proposal. Bycatch research projects should prioritize, again, tangible measures that can be translated directly into management actions, such as larger mesh sizes, tow time limits, deterrence, and spatial temporal closures, and other operational changes that reduce the impacts on non-target species and bring the fishery into ESA compliance. With the recent withdrawal of the Federal Observer Program, the long-term monitoring strategy for the trawl fishery is of high importance, so we really appreciate that prioritization. It will be really important for continuing that long-term data set and also for monitoring the success of any management adjustments. Taken together, these projects are broadly heartening, but raise an important question. What's the long-term vision for this fishery? We hope these investments are viewed as building blocks towards a more comprehensive management framework for California halibut, and one that ultimately leads to a California halibut fishery management plan under the MLMA. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi again, this is Anupa Sokin, founder and executive director of Fish On. Your traditional commercial and sport fishing interests have outsized influence over fishery management and fishery management processes, and we really depend on OPC to accurately define environmental justice communities and be a strong leader in ensuring equity and environmental justice is operationalized within fishery management processes. So with that said, I want to thank OPC staff for the updated recommendation and express our support for these investments. As someone who participates in working groups and fishery management processes on behalf of communities that are often made to feel unwelcome or face harassment for sharing their perspectives, external facilitation and input from CDFW's Deputy Director for Strategic Engagement, Equity, and Partnerships is a really helpful first step in diversifying input in fishery management. And I look forward to more conversations on how we can continue to make improvements towards equity and inclusion in these processes. And then investments in data, science, information, all of that is always extremely helpful in this data limited management environment. And so, we really think this will support better management of our fisheries. But I also hope that CDFW will stand by this information and develop specific science-based management recommendations. The onus is often on work group members to interpret the information and form CDFW's ultimate recommendations to the Commission for regulatory action. This undermines the participatory process and often leaves precautionary approaches to fishery management out of reach. So thank you again for this opportunity and this investment, and I look forward to hearing more.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. Scott Webb yet again. My name is Scott Webb, Director of Advocacy and Engagement for the Resource Renewal Institute. I'd like to echo my colleague Caitlin Birch of Oceana's talking points and comments, and definitely encourage y'all to read our letter we submitted a couple days ago. But I'd like to take this opportunity to emphasize a few points. With the lack of a halibut fishery management plan, we hope this investment does lead to development of a holistic, long-term approach of addressing the wide range of bycatch in this fishery. This should hopefully come as a much-needed FMP. Second, it's important that the investment stay tightly scoped. Science and monitoring dollars tied to the trawl fishery should go towards understanding and managing activity within the grounds in areas where trawling is already permitted today. Given the resources necessary for a full halibut FMP, these funds should not be used to explore, map, or build the case for new trawl grounds, especially for reopening trawl grounds in California. Funding research into expansion would run counter to the proposal of this package, which is to strengthen management of the existing fishery, not grow its footprint in California waters. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let's move to online public comment.
We have 5 commenters in the queue. Our first speaker is Kirsten Ramey. Kirsten, you have the floor.
How is my audio coming through?
Great.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Crowfoot and members of the council. My name is Kirsten Ramey Burbank, and I'm an environmental program manager for the Department of Fish and Wildlife's Marine Region. I want to express the department's strong support for the funding proposal under item 8. The work before you represents an important coordinated investment in the state's capacity to manage our fisheries effectively, adaptively, and transparently, especially as ocean conditions continue to change. These efforts together form a comprehensive forward-looking strategy for California's marine resources, advancing climate-ready, science-based tools, supporting coastal communities, enhancing transparency, strengthening our partnerships, and reinforcing our shared goals of building resilience across the state's marine ecosystems. I encourage you to review the department's letter of support that we submitted for this item and the other items under Strategic Plan Goal 4 for additional details. And finally, I just want to say thank you to your staff, Katie Seary and Jen Eckerly, for their guidance and hard work in helping to develop these proposals, and for your leadership and partnership in advancing resilient fisheries and healthy marine ecosystems for the state.
Thank you very much for everything you're doing in the Marine Division doing. Appreciate you coming in on this discussion.
The next speaker is Merritt McCray. Merritt, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Secretary Crowfoot, counselors, and staff. I'm Merritt McCray, the Science Coordinator for the Sport Fishing Association of California. We strongly support funding these important projects. In particular, barred sand bass, California halibut, and white sea bass are important fisheries for the angling public and our membership of over 150 U.S. Coast Guard inspected commercial passenger fishing vessels from Crescent City to San Diego. These are colloquially known as party boats and take over 1 million Californians fishing annually. Also, we take people whale watching and bird watching. Robust, timely scientific information, analyses, and assessments are important components for meeting fisheries conservation goals under California's Marine Life Management Act while maintaining sustainable yields from these fisheries for the fishers and fish eaters of California. This funding will support gathering needed data, analysis, and scientific modeling that feeds into responsible management measures established by the Fish and Game Commission. It will support public outreach and stakeholder participation in the fisheries information gathering component of the scientific process. When regulatory actions are considered that require fish to be released, it's important to understand the level of survivorship post-release. This funding will support scientific efforts towards a better understanding of post-release survivorship. It will further the development of modern genetic chemistry techniques that facilitate understanding of these fishes' movement patterns and life history aspects and recruitment dynamics. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Caitlin Gaffney. Caitlin, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Chair Crowfoot and members of the council. My name is Caitlin Gaffney. I'm a senior advisor with the Resources Legacy Fund, and I'm speaking in support of item 8. We also submitted a letter of support, which hopefully you've had a chance to review. California's ocean fisheries provide important cultural, recreational, economic, and ecological values. and they face serious growing threats from climate change. Ensuring the long-term sustainability of state fisheries requires sound management, which in turn depends on using the best available science and on robust and equitable stakeholder and tribal engagement. The projects under item 8 will all contribute to improved future management. RLF deeply appreciates the opportunity to continue to partner with the Ocean Protection Council and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to advance the state's fisheries management priorities. Thank you.
Thank you for all your commitment and leadership.
The next speaker is Makana Nova. Makana, you have the floor.
Just hoping to listen in on the meeting, so I don't have any public comments. Thank you.
The final speaker is Katie O'Donnell. Katie, you have the floor. Katie, we can't hear you.
Well, let's do this for Katie's comment. We have agenda item 10, which invites public comment on any topic not covered in the agenda. So if Katie's not able to come off mute now, but she is on agenda item 10, we'd welcome her comments then.
Yes, do her comment on 10.
Great. All right, let's entertain any conversation, questions, comments from our council members. I have a couple few. First of all, look, I'm really heartened by this investment. I'm excited that both groups that are focused on environmental protection and conservation think this is an important investment, as well as those that are making their livelihoods in the fishing sector. I wanted to ask a question about whether these are fisheries that are governed by the state regulatory agency, the Fish and Game Commission, or their federal fisheries through the Pacific Fisheries Management Council, and what amount of communications happened with either or both of those entities to understand that this is happening and meant to inform fisheries regulations.
Absolutely. So the three fisheries here, barred sand bass, white sea bass, and California halibut are all state managed finfish. And so they are all overseen by the California Fish and Game Commission. And the reason that these are near-term priorities is these are already kind of like on the docket, already considered for future management action. And so developing these management actions on this timeline is necessary to meet the recommendations of the Fish and Game Commission and lead to future rulemaking.
Excellent. I'll share, this reminded me that a few years ago on Father's Day with some friends, I had a wonderful day out of the Port of Eureka on halibut recreational charter. And it was a fascinating focus group of one with our guide, our charter boat captain, and with a lot of complaints about, how he perceived regulations impacting fisheries without input or understanding of those doing the fishing. So I appreciate and thank the comments of those representing the sector, and want to just emphasize what they said about really wanting to understand how the data is collected and how it is informing decisions, and likewise for the conservation groups, really needing that transparency as well. So to me, the grantees that could get this funding, if we approve it, really have an obligation to be really transparent and communicative about the data and the science that's being developed, really for all stakeholders, I guess, as we call them. And then lastly, I spent a lot of time in the car driving around the state to different things, and I've been listening to a podcast called Catching the Codfather, which has been making the rounds, and it's all about the journey of federal fishing regulations on the East Coast and the perception of the fishing sector in Massachusetts with those impacted. So it just has me thinking about the importance of making science-based assessments and then really being transparent and collaborative about how we share out that data and that science to inform building really sustainable fisheries and a sustainable coast and ocean environment.
Yeah, and I think this is a really important place to highlight the value of, external facilitation in these processes. We can look back to a few years ago when we supported the update of the squid fishery management plan and the working group that was involved in developing that fishery management plan. And there was a lot of praise for the value of external facilitation and bringing all of the necessary parties together to make sure that that plan was reflective of all the compromises necessary.
Yeah, thanks. And plus one on your and emphasize that one of our commenters today talked about the importance of that facilitation. So I appreciate that. Any comments, questions from our council members here or Councilmember Jackson online? All right, then I would entertain a,
I was just, I'm going to recuse myself from this vote. Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
No.
Yeah, want to give, so Councilmember Rocha is recusing herself from this item and would entertain a motion on this action item for funding.
I'll make a motion to adopt the proposed findings as recommended by staff and approve the disbursement of the projects provided under item 8.
Thanks. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you so much. Can we call the roll?
Chair Crowfoot,
Yes.
Harpreet Nakwa,
Yes.
Katie Landau.
Yes.
We seem to have lost Alexis Jackson online.
Yes, she mentioned she might need to leave, so.
Okay, but we have maintained quorum, I believe.
We do.
Okay. Excellent. So then I believe that motion carries. And funding is approved. Thank you so much, Katie. And we are on to agenda item 9, which is actually supporting a strategic plan objective that we haven't talked about today, which is to understand and minimize impacts from offshore wind on the environment, tribes, and coastal communities. And today we're considering the adoption of the blueprint for building a West Coast Science Collaborative for offshore wind. And we want to welcome our colleague Abby to the podium and our colleague and partner Ricky Erickson from the California Marine Sanctuary Foundation, who will present via online. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon, council members. I'm Abby Mohan, the Senior Offshore Wind Program Manager, and I'm excited to be here today to bring back to you the blueprint for building a West Coast Science Collaborative. Next slide, please. Just a quick recap. Floating offshore wind is one of several renewable energy sources being considered as part of California's transition to a carbon neutral economy. In June of 2023, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management executed 5 offshore wind leases, 2 off of the coast in Northern California of Humboldt Bay and 3 in Central California off of Morro Bay. Since that time, 1 leaseholder has voluntarily ended their lease off of Morro Bay. Because floating offshore wind technology is still new and commercial scale projects do not yet exist, California is working to better understand and address potential impacts of this technology on the environment, tribal cultural resources, and coastal communities. Next slide, please. In December of 2024, OPC funded the California Marine Sanctuary Foundation to develop the draft environmental monitoring framework for offshore wind. This framework was looking at the monitoring impacts from floating offshore wind. I'm pleased today to introduce Dr. Ricky Erickson, Senior Scientist and Director of the Marine Spatial Ecology Program at the California Marine Sanctuary Foundation. Dr. Erickson is here to give us an overview of the draft framework. OPC anticipates releasing the final framework later this summer after a tribal consultation period. And with that, I'll hand it over to Ricky.
Super. Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me?
Jen.
Excellent. Good afternoon, Chair Crowfoot and council members and staff and My name is Ricky Erickson, and today I'm presenting on behalf of the California Marine Sanctuary Foundation and Cal Poly San Luis team, as well as over 270 scientists who contributed to the development of the California Offshore Wind Environmental Monitoring Framework. If we go to the next slide. The Offshore Wind Environmental Monitoring Framework is not a regulatory document or a recipe book for monitoring programs, nor is it place-based. It is for all of California, but it is a source of scientific information for potential offshore wind effects in California. And there are a variety of different components of the framework that I'll go over in more detail for you. Next slide. So we collected this information since this is the deepest and farthest offshore and most dynamic ecosystem that floating offshore wind has ever been placed. And so we relied on scientific expert opinion. And we had, as I said, many scientists divided into expert working groups. We had each of these working groups, habitats, ecosystems, and oceanography, marine mammals and sea turtles, marine birds and bats, and fish and invertebrates, as well as 2 cross-cutting working groups, which included data integration and technology and innovation. Next slide. So what we did is we used this scientific approach. This is just a graphic that shows you that we did synthesize the literature relevant to California. And then from the working groups, we had each of these working group teams develop impact matrices and collected information using a stoplight assessment, which looked at intensity, likelihood, feasibility of monitoring. And then from that, we developed a suite of priority. Sorry. Sorry. Oh, didn't realize the radio was on. So we then from that developed a suite of priority monitoring questions, identified priority taxa and relevant habitats. And from that information, we identified priority monitoring recommendations at an overarching level, at foundational recommendations by working groups, and impact specific recommendations. If we go to the next slide. So the framework outputs included recommendations for data and technology that has standards and recommendations. It looks at analysis of sensors used to collect different data types, analysis of platforms, and general limitations and opportunities. Then we have framework findings by specific working group section for each of those working groups. And we come up with the questions, the prioritization for species, and different levels of recommendations. And then there are a variety of appendices that include permitting tables and a appendix of California monitoring programs to leverage. If we go to the next slide. So these are just examples of some of the priority monitoring questions. This is just one subset from the marine mammals and sea turtles, but you see the impact topic and then the specific question that the scientists recommend that we address. If you go to the next slide. And then kind of the coup de grace of the entire document are these impact specific monitoring recommendations tables, which we worked very closely with the OPC staff to develop, that has a monitoring question at the top or several. So in this, how does noise from offshore wind alter movement and behavioral patterns of priority taxa? And then it gives you a suite of sensors, high priority taxas for that question, some of the opportunities and kind of benefits and limitations of a particular sensor, information on the cost and effort and compromises that are made, and then example monitoring programs and specific research projects to leverage to begin to answer that question. If we go to the next slide, kind of one of the overarching recommendations was this identifying the core principles for data and technology, including suggestions to optimize monitoring technology and enhance capabilities of the existing and emerging technologies. And then again, we have these overarching foundational recommendations and impact specific recommendations. If we go to the next slide. Oh, these are out of sync. So this is the table that I was referring to before that has the specific questions with the priority species, opportunities, limitations, and cost and effort with the programs and projects to leverage. If you go to the next slide. Super. So there you can, yeah, that would be great. And then in terms of lessons learned, one of the things that the scientists really learned was that many of the environmental effects may be difficult for us to detect due to both the natural variability and the climate change variability in this system. And then secondly, we were impressed with how the California current large marine ecosystem is incredibly well monitored. And the recommendation from a lot of scientists was to prioritize extracting information about abundance distribution and behavior and future conditions from the data that we currently have as a first step, so we can learn what additional monitoring needs to be placed out in our California waters. And if we go to the next slide. With that, I just to acknowledge that this has been a incredible effort by a lot of different groups. I won't take your time to read off all of the names here, but please do. We had our working group chairs, we had the Ocean Science Trust and other organizations that really contributed to this. And then, of course, our scientific working group members. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricky. Thank you for that. And I just want to highlight how many people participated in working group meetings in order to develop this framework. It's over 400 pages long and has quite a lot of condensed information in it. I also want to take a moment and really thank my colleagues at the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, Cindy Dawson, Coriana Coyne, and Jay Stetton, who participated with OPC as part of the coordination team, really helping shepherd this project all along the way. The framework is going to be a really helpful resource for OPC, some of the activities that I'm going to be presenting today related to the blueprint. So turning back to the blueprint, when I was last before the council last December, I presented a draft blueprint for building a West Coast Science Collaborative for offshore wind. This blueprint lays out the purpose, structure, and foundational activities for a West Coast Science Collaborative, or WCSC. But since I was here in December and presented that draft blueprint, quite a few things have changed in the offshore wind space. Most dramatically, the pace and timing of offshore wind development has slowed down and partner capacity has become reduced and a little bit more limited. Therefore, while we are bringing the blueprint for consideration and adoption today, we are not recommending that we launch the WCSC at this time. Adopting the blueprint sets the foundations. We are ready to launch when conditions support it. And in the meantime, we are moving forward with foundational activities that strengthen the scientific basis for offshore wind planning and our no regrets and multi-benefit work that holds value regardless of the development timeline. Next slide, please. So the blueprint came together over roughly a year and a half of engagement with agencies, California Native American tribes, and the public beginning in fall of 2024 with initial scoping and early consultation, alongside outreach to federal agencies and Oregon and Washington partners. Throughout the summer of 2025, we moved into planning with further engagement across federal and state agencies and formal consultation with California Native American tribes. We then brought that draft blueprint to the council back in December. And since we were here in December, we have gone through a public comment period, a third round of tribal consultation, and included multiple outreach to many organizations. So the feedback that we've received throughout that engagement process has shaped that final blueprint that we're bringing to you today. So with that framing, I want to walk through the public comments, the revisions from draft to final, and the foundational work proposed today, and that is currently underway. Next slide, please. So before I get into what changed and the work ahead, I want to do a quick reminder of what is included in the blueprint. The WCSC structure is designed to provide independent, objective scientific expertise, including tribal science and traditional knowledges. It would bring together federal and state agencies, California Native American tribes, leaseholders, environmental nonprofit organizations, and the fishing community into one cross-sector forum. The steering committee will be composed of leadership level members and would set direction and make decisions on cross-cutting issues. The coordination committee would be composed of leadership and staff level members and would support implementation of WCSC activities. And topical subcommittees would supply the scientific and technical expertise. Tribal science and traditional knowledges are integrated throughout the structure, including a tribally led cultural resources subcommittee. So now I'll cover what we heard during the public comment and how the final blueprint responds. Next slide, please. The draft blueprint drew comments from 24 organizations, 3 state agencies, and 8 individuals spanning the offshore wind industry, environmental nonprofit organizations, environmental justice advocates, academic coalitions, and the fishing community. OPC also held a public listening session, tribal consultation period, and targeted outreach meetings. The fishing community, environmental governmental organizations, and port communities all requested that the voting structure of the steering committee be expanded. We decided to maintain the current structure, which is focused on intergovernmental leadership with the addition of the lessees due to their outsized role in the execution of these decisions. Most additional revisions from public comment were minor refinements to language and structure. However, the more significant changes to the blueprint from draft to final is a revision of the initial activities. The initial activities were originally scoped to support a near-term launch of the WCSC. Because the WCSC is not launching right now, we revised the initial activities to focus on foundational multi-benefit activities that OPC can lead with current funding and staff capacity. The development of subcommittee structures and work plans is now scheduled to occur nearer to the launch date of the WCSC. So I'll walk through those revised initial activities now. Next slide, please. These initial activities will build the shared understanding and inputs that the WCSC will need to operate successfully upon launch. The science assessment priorities and needs will synthesize the key scientific questions needed for offshore wind monitoring. The assessment will include, but won't be limited to, the environmental monitoring impact questions identified in the California Marine Sanctuary Foundation framework, with identified tribal monitoring priorities and recommendations, and the regulatory requirements for monitoring into one synthesized prioritized list. This assessment will also offer an early view of where existing monitoring aligns with those questions and where gaps may warrant further work. OPC will lead it, producing a draft report the steering committee can refine once it convenes. The second effort will identify tribal monitoring priorities and recommendations, and also begin preliminary work on tribal data sovereignty, including data governance, access, and storage. Next slide, please. So looking ahead, OPC's work will continue on parallel tracks while the blueprint, if adopted, stays ready to support a launch when the time is right. OPC will begin the 2 foundational initial activities, the science questions, priorities, and needs assessment, and the tribally led effort to gather tribal monitoring priorities and recommendations. And alongside these, OPC is supporting the complementary competitive RFP through the California Sea Grant. The council previously approved funding to California Sea Grant to administer a competitive solicitation addressing critical knowledge gaps, such as risk assessments for priority species and habitats, targeted baseline data, and sampling during underrepresented seasons like winter. We're working closely with California Sea Grant, and the solicitation is expected to be released this fall. Next slide, please. And so with that, with this presentation, the staff recommends the council consider and adopt the blueprint for building a West Coast Science Collaborative for offshore wind. Next slide. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks so much, Abby. Let's move to public comment. Is there any public comment here in the auditorium? Don't see anybody coming to the podium, so let's move to online comment. Oh, sorry. Gotta be quick.
Okay. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Bridget Mulcairn with the Audubon, California. We'd like to thank the OPC staff for their thoughtful work in developing the blueprint for West Coast Science Collaborative, especially Abby and all the outreach that you did to all the different groups that are focused on this work. We recognize the success of an independent science entity on the East Coast and are thankful for your leadership in developing a similar entity on the West Coast. We're confident this will strengthen responsible offshore wind development with the best available science at the forefront of decision-making. We appreciate your edits to the blueprint, such as the science-based agencies being added to the steering committee, including the needs assessment as a foundational activity to building a science plan, a focus on data standardization across monitoring, and being transparent in public reports. We believe these changes will improve the science entity. We also support the financial support for the tribal steering committee participants and recognize the value of tribal knowledge. We look forward to ENGOs playing an important role in the West Coast Science Collaborative by providing our scientific insights and expertise. Audubon science shows that 2/3 of North American birds are at risk to climate change, which is why Audubon supports the rapid and responsible development of renewable energy, such as utility-scale wind and solar, as well as the expanded grid. We hope to work with agencies and developers who share our goal of responsible offshore wind development, and we believe the West Coast Science Collaborative is an important catalyst for this work. Thanks again for your hard work on moving this important collaborative forward in the future.
Thank you very much. Let's move to online comment.
We have 6 commenters in the queue. Our first commenter is Taryn Heimer. Taryn, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. My name is Taryn Kikoheimer, and I'm the Director of Ocean Energy in NRDC Santa Monica office. And sorry for my voice, I am a little under the weather today. NRDC supports responsible offshore wind development and California's goal of developing 25 gigawatts of offshore energy by 2045. Offshore wind is an essential resource for addressing the climate crisis. At the same time, it must be developed responsibly in a way that protects marine ecosystems, tribal resources, and coastal communities, which is why we are pleased to see and fully support the West Coast Science Collaborative moving forward. We commend the council and staff for all the work reflected in this blueprint. We appreciate OPC's leadership in advancing this effort and look forward to collaborating on implementation. We also appreciate the Council's continued commitment to advancing offshore wind in a thoughtful and responsible manner. We are encouraged that OPC incorporated many of our recommendations in developing this blueprint. While we support the blueprint's emphasis on consensus-based decision-making, we remain disappointed that environmental NGOs do not have voting rights on the steering committee. Environmental NGOs bring important scientific, legal, and practical expertise on the marine environment and protected species. We also represent millions of members who care deeply about healthy ocean ecosystems. Providing environmental NGOs with a vote on this steering committee, consistent with the approach taken by the East Coast Regional Wildlife Science Collaborative, would strengthen this collaborative by ensuring that expertise and public interest perspectives are fully represented. Thank you again for advancing this important work on the West Coast Science Collaborative, for maintaining momentum for responsible offshore wind, and meeting this historic moment. We look forward to continuing to work with OPC on a timely launch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Asia Hudson. Asia, you have the floor.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Awesome. Well, Asia Hudson again. Good evening once again. To begin, I just would like to say that we appreciate the work done by staff and would like to thank you for considering our comments on the draft blueprint. Additionally, we appreciate seeing some of our comments incorporated into the final draft. We encourage the state to use the current pace of the offshore wind development in federal waters to focus on data standards and management to ensure data collected and/or processed can be used across organizations and research areas. We are excited to keep working with OPC to build the West Coast Science Collaborative and look forward to further engagement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amy Wolfram. Amy, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Chair and Council members. My name is Amy Wolfram, and I'm Director of California Policy and Government Affairs at Monterey Bay Aquarium. The aquarium has long advocated for environmentally responsible offshore wind and has spent significant time considering the development and needs of a successful science collaborative on the West Coast. We support action item 9, and we thank OPC for incorporating our comments on the draft blueprint, including adding additional science-based federal agencies and increasing transparency in public reporting. We also support adding potential financial assistance for tribal participants in the steering committee, coordination committee, and subcommittee chair positions. We appreciate all of OPC's work to plan and advance the WCSC and staff's continued support for a coordinated, informed process to collect robust information on the marine ecosystems for environmental protection and ocean use planning. Building a shared understanding of key science questions and priorities through a needs assessment is an essential step for developing a science plan, reviewing current research, and strengthening collective ocean knowledge with efficient use of resources. It is crucial to understand current conditions and establish vigorous monitoring strategies to collect real-world information on the potential environmental effects from offshore wind. Without monitoring, impacts may remain undetected and underestimated. We look forward to continuing to work with OPC and the members of the WCSC on the foundational activities and providing our perspective and expertise for a successful full launch of the WCSC in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Sylvia Rowan. Sylvia, you have the floor.
Hello, my name is Sylvia Van Rooyen with Humboldt Waterkeeper, which works to safeguard the coastal resources of Humboldt Bay for the health, enjoyment, and economic strength of our community. We wanted to thank the OPC for considering and incorporating environmental groups' comments on the first draft of this blueprint. The addition of the needs assessment and the secondary goal to develop data standards and management are integral additions to this blueprint, as these foundational activities will set up the scientific community to successfully support responsible offshore wind deployment. In regards to the environmental monitoring guidance, we see this as an excellent framework to support the collection of more baseline data in Humboldt, as we are severely lacking in baseline data on important topics that will be influenced by offshore wind development. For example, we don't have very much information on the abundance and distribution of the resident harbor seal population. I recognize that this is an action item on the agenda to be approved by the council, so I just wanted to throw out some questions for gaining some clarity as the OPC moves forward with the foundational activities. The staff report for this agenda item mentions the $3 million baseline monitoring and research program by the California Sea Grant, and I was just hoping to learn how priority baseline monitoring is going to be identified and balanced across the lease areas. And the addition of the subcommittees to self-organize into caucuses for the West Coast Science Collaborative is really exciting. And we're just wondering where those caucuses fit into the organizational hierarchy of the collaborative. And we are really looking forward to fleshing out the logistics of those caucuses when the WCSC is formed. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Matthew Simmons. Matthew, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Simmons. I am the climate attorney at the Environmental Protection Information Center, or EPIC. EPIC is based in Humboldt County and has been defending the North Coast since 1977. EPIC supports the responsible development of offshore wind off the coast of California. And so we'd like to thank the commission for hopefully taking action to approve this plan today. The current plan calls for slowing down development of the collaborative. And while I understand that the current political situation at the federal government suggests that we should be doing that, I do want to make sure that we are doing everything we can to prepare for 2029 and hopefully a future federal administration that is more supportive of offshore wind development. And so to that end, I think that these foundational activities, it's important to think about what we wish we would have done in 2029. One example that came up during the presentation earlier that I just want to elevate, Ricky Erickson mentioned that there is already quite a lot of data and information about the California current, but that there is currently a lack of efforts to sort of extract, useful products and understanding from that monitoring and information. And so anything that the council can do to encourage the use of what we already have to better prepare for what we will need in the future would be much appreciated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Katarina Oskarsson. Katarina, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. My name is Katarina Oskarsson. I'm speaking on behalf of the Redwood Region Climate and Community Resilience Hub, or CORE Hub, which is a program of the Humboldt Area Foundation located on the North Coast. And I encourage the board to adopt the blueprint for building a West Coast Science Collaborative for offshore wind. I also want to express my gratitude to the staff and the council for the continued effort and for taking our comments into consideration. CORE Hub serves as a convener of the North Coast Offshore Wind Community Benefits Network, as well as Tribal Climate Resilience Network. And through these networks, we convene people who support offshore wind, people who are undecided, and people who are opposed to the offshore wind industry. Regardless of their level of support for offshore wind in our region, better understanding of the marine environment and potential harmful and beneficial impacts of offshore wind is something that everybody cares about and wants to learn more about. And that's why we think that this collaborative will help address some of those knowledge gaps by advancing our understanding of monitoring needs, strengthening partnership with host communities, and collaboration with tribal nations so that tribal expertise in our region informs this work from the start. We look forward to the Science Collaborative's public reporting and communication so that our communities have clear and consistent access to the science guiding offshore wind decisions in the future. Thank you for making the most of the federal slowdown by doing the due diligence needed to get the science right.
Thank you.
The final speaker is Julia Chun here. Julia, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. I'm Julia Chun here with the California Coastal Protection Network, a unique advocacy organization dedicated to protecting California's greatest natural asset, our coastline for all generations. CCPN supports offshore wind to reduce greenhouse gas emissions when the projects are designed, planned, and sited to avoid negative impacts to marine life, coastal resources, and coastal communities, especially those of Native American tribes and constituents that have already borne disproportionate burdens from past pollution and industrial development. The creation of the West Coast Science Collaborative is a critical component of achieving that reality. We sincerely appreciate all of your effort on this and for considering and incorporating some of our input. We look forward to continuing to engage and work with you as the West Coast Science Collaborative comes together and encourage continued momentum on this important work. Thank you for your leadership in helping to ensure that offshore wind is approached responsibly.
Thank you. And I believe that concludes our public comment. So this is an opportunity for council member questions for Abby or our staff and any comments that any of us may have. Megan.
Yeah, thank you. I know it's late, so I'll try to be brief, but I'm just trying to understand sort of it sounded like in your presentation that you were going to hold off on actually launching this effort. And so I'm just trying to understand like the series of events. And so if you could help me kind of understand when you anticipate launch could happen.
Yeah, thanks for that. During our public comment period, we heard particularly from offshore wind developers and then also with limited federal engagement that there was many of the leadership members of the steering committee that would be unable to participate fully at this time. And so we're sort of delaying launch until that capacity resumes. And so as far as a timeline for when we expect to launch, we're unsure. You know, I think that'll just sort of be when the pace of planning and development increases and that partner capacity is restored. As far as the timing for the foundational activities, we intend on starting those now in the near term. Like I said, we have a tribal consultation period planned for this summer, and then we are hoping to launch those 2 initial activities this fall.
Okay.
Beginning work on this.
So the framework is going out for consultation, you said, and then is that the same thing as the second foundational activity?
Yeah, that second foundational activity, we are doing an initial consultation period concurrently with the consultation on the framework.
Okay.
And asking tribes for the best way to approach implementing that activity. And then we intend on starting that activity after that consultation period.
Okay. And then you said baseline monitoring would start in fall.
So we intend on releasing the solicitation in early September and bringing those projects back to council next March. So the projects won't actually start until after we bring those to council in March.
Okay. And that'll be informed by the framework and the foundational activities.
Foundational activities.
Okay. So just trying to follow.
There was a state science conference. We've had some needs identified with our partner agencies. So a variety of sources.
Okay. Okay. I'm a little leery about like approving a blueprint for a body that if you're talking about federal capacity may not be there for several years. And I'm wondering if there's something that we can do to coordinate all of these critical partners to help inform this in the meantime, you know?
Yes, sorry, I'll jump in here. I think that we are going to continue to partner with all of these really important pieces of what's outlined. I think the formal structure and the participation of, as Abby said, the leadership in these committees is just not, we can't get a commitment. And so we will do everything we can to continue coordination, building relationships, supporting tribal capacity, and moving this forward. We're just not going to launch this formal, robust, scientific structure and collaborative at this time.
Okay. Okay. And then given the sort of dynamic nature of all of this too, I might encourage, I know there's a sentence in here that's kind of varied, that I might suggest like having more explicitly expressed about sort of the adaptability in terms of the membership based on when, you know, lessees drop off or Oregon and Washington start their processes. So just so this can be a more nimble sort of way it's framed. Because right now it's really kind of like, this is the way it is. And things seem very unpredictable right now. So I think we should kind of acknowledge that more explicitly in the document.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I could see, you know, obviously there needs to be a seat for other lessee holders if that time arrives, right? Oregon, federally recognized coastal Oregon and Washington tribes. Oregon and Washington may want to have other partners, et cetera. So just so we are really in ensuring that this collaborative is really reflective of West Coast wide interests.
So if I might, Chair, if, what I'm hearing from you, Councilmember Rocha, is a recommendation to just make a slight amendment to elevate that the purpose that this blueprint serves to be flexible and adaptable given changes in conditions over time. And so I think when the council makes a decision to vote, we just need maybe an amending motion to include intent for that revision.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. And thank you for all the work. I know a lot went into putting this together.
Yeah, I think those questions you ask are really quite helpful because it's an awkward situation. We want to capture the progress that we've made. We don't want to proceed without, key partners, including the offshore wind developers and key federal environmental agencies. We want to be ready to move on this quickly so that when the pendulum does swing and we have federal leadership that's not hostile to clean energy, we can move quickly to ensure that environmental monitoring and understanding tribal or environmental and cultural impacts are well known. So I understand what we're trying to do. I appreciate the council member's suggestion around really emphasizing the adaptive nature. I will note that we are proposing the investment or for staff to bring back the proposed investment to this council in March of baseline monitoring, which would, as I understand it, presumably start, or that funding would start to flow before we actually know necessarily what the federal government, where offshore wind will be with the federal government. That may be a smart investment because we need baseline monitoring, but we'll have to revisit that, or this council will have to revisit that at that point.
Yeah, I do think obviously baseline monitoring takes time, right? I think that's extremely valuable and I think it's important to invest in that so we're poised and ready. And in an ideal world, that could be helpful for many things, right? Not just offshore wind potentially. So I think it's good to make those investments and be prepared.
Yep. I guess the only other comment I would offer is not a suggestion, but just an observation, which is, inclusiveness in this discussion is really important so that fishing groups and conservation groups and tribal governments all have a seat at the table. I get a little bit worried or scared when I see a huge organizational structure and a lot of process because we want to be inclusive, but we don't want to be overwrought, and we need to understand the environmental impacts, cultural impacts, do the environmental monitoring, ensure inclusivity, but also, efficiency of both of the processes and the funding. So that's more of just a comment that let's keep a premium on ensuring inclusivity, but also efficient progress.
Yeah, I super appreciate that comment and maybe that can be addressed in the adaptability element too. I know in the tribal engagement strategy, there's an emphasis on not overloading tribes that have minimal capacity. And when I see this, I'm like, ooh, that could potentially for one tribe be the same person on all of these things. And that's not really feasible. So yeah, I appreciate that comment very much. Efficiency.
Excellent. So given that we've had discussion, I would entertain a motion on agenda item 9, which would be for the adoption of a blueprint for building a West Coast Science Collaborative, and recommend that we consider an amendment towards modifications that would emphasize the importance of adaptability and efficiency about sort of the future formation and progress of the blueprint. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Excellent. The motion as I articulated, is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Chair Crowfoot,
Yes.
Katie Landau,
Yes.
Harpreet Nakwal,
Yes.
Megan Rocha.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Abby. So we're now to a really important item in the agenda, and it's our last agenda item in the agenda, and that is inviting comment from members of the public who want to talk about any topic under the sun that is not on this agenda. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair and Council and staff. Again, my name is Laura Dehan, the Director for Environment California. I also wanted to say happy World Sea Turtle Day. Today's World Sea Turtle Day. And Californians really love sea turtles, as most people do. They're really cute and cool. But it is worth noting that the Pacific leatherback sea turtle, which does swim up and down our coast, is today one of the most endangered creatures on the planet, despite having live for over 100 million years in our coastal waters. And that's why we've, protected them. But I'm really grateful that we're here. We're alive today at a time when we can do something to help protect these turtles before it's too late. One of the best ways to protect sea turtles is with marine protected areas that provide protection for the habitat that they rely on, so they can forage for jellyfish and thrive along with the other marine life that call our ocean home. Especially given the drastic loss of our kelp forest habitat up and down our coast, really grateful to the Ocean Protection Council for your leadership and really taking full responsibility for your policy lead role in the Marine Protected Area Network Adaptive Management process and your commitment to fully evaluate the petitions that are currently being considered by the Fish and Game Commission. And really grateful that you attended all those regional meetings and got to hear the compelling comments from everyone, from the volunteer docents at Natural Bridges to the divers, who like to dive in the kelp forests in San Diego. And just today, we've actually opened a campaign offices since the regional meetings from San Diego up to the Bay Area. And every day we're talking to over 3,000 people to build more support. So there's a lot of people behind you. So just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Keith Rutzer with the Giant Kelp Restoration Project in Monterey. And I went on a road trip on May 15th and I drove to Mendocino and Humboldt and Trinidad and Smith River and all the way to Brookings, Oregon. And then I made another trip and I went south and I went all the way through San Diego and all the way to Ensenada, Mexico. And it's a lot of driving and it's spring, and it should be kelp right now. And I was often along the coast, but I didn't see a lot of kelp, except for in Gaviotas, Mexico, where we had worked a couple of years ago on some kelp, and that's where I saw some kelp. But after 8 years of diving for kelp restoration work in Monterey, I think I have a pretty good understanding, maybe better than most, of what the crisis is like for kelp in California. And, I drove 20 hours all that way, and I felt the overwhelming magnitude of the problem for this Eastern Pacific and also the Western Pacific and then the Southern Hemisphere. And it's something really hard to get my head around. But that's what we do. We do the big things. Was the Earth so massive that we couldn't raise the temperature of this planet? I mean, was it so big a problem that we couldn't hunt nearly all the sea otters for their fur? When there were so many whales that we could smell them on the land, didn't we harpoon them into scarcity? I mean, for lamp oil, when huge schools of sardines resulted, we put them in cans and we rendered them and ground their bones into fertilizer. When the ocean was so vast, we took 90% of the big fish in the ocean. It's possible. Red abalone carpeted the coast and kelp was scarce for 100 years, but we went diving and took those red abalone. We took all the other abalone too, and we put them, and made them all very scarce. Fisheries are powerful forces, more powerful than nature. And please advance state policy to support decadal management review petitions that improve community stewardship of their MPA network. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Tomas Valadez Azul. We look forward to OPZ's evaluation of the petitions to adapt the MPA network. As the state's primary policy lead for ocean and coastal management, it will be critical for OPZ's evaluation to acknowledge and advance opportunities for environmental justice, enhance equitable coastal access, and incorporate new and best available science. Particularly in the face of climate change with the record-setting marine heat wave and impending El Niño, this is a crucial moment to support the resilience of our marine ecosystems and coastal communities before we reach a tipping point from which we may not recover. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ocean Protection Council members and staff, for your time. My name is Katie Chavez, and I'm a legislative aide for Assemblymember Rogers. The Assemblymember asked me to attend today and offer public comment on behalf of the Marine Protection Area expansions, which is one of our district's top priorities. We've seen in our assembly district, which stretches from the Marin-Sonoma border all the way to the Oregon coast, how critical MPAs are to sustaining a diverse marine ecosystem. We've seen catastrophes unfold locally, like the mass die-off of kelp forests along the north coast. But we're also seeing some positive signs of recovery. Without the MPAs in place, we might have seen the complete extinction of this vital ecosystem. We also support robust partnership with the local tribes. The original stewards of the coast play an invaluable role, and their voices must always be centered in this discussion. The whole world is watching California's efforts in this issue, and we urge you to continue to be the leader on world experts. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank the Assembly member for collaborating with you to come.
Good evening. My name is Bella Sullivan. I'm with NRDC. We would first like to thank you for your continued dedication to protecting our incredible and life-giving coast. While I'm sure you need no reminder, California's leadership is currently more important than ever, given the federal landscape and the increasing environmental threats to our oceans. In the past couple weeks alone, we have witnessed the Sable Pipeline come back online, as well as protection stripped for 3 marine national monuments. However, the state does have an opportunity right now to add new strong protections to our coast through the adaptive management process, which is one of OPC's 4 key strategies to reach the state's 30 by 30 goals. NRDC would like to highlight 2 MPA petitions, the Point Sal MPA proposal, co-sponsored by the Northern Chumash Tribal Council and NRDC, and the Mishopshno MPA proposal, co-sponsored by the San Ynez Band of Chumash Indians, EDC, and NRDC. Both of these proposals seek tribal co-management and stewardship, furthering Governor Newsom's commitments to advance tribal ghost stewardship. These proposals would also protect critical habitats such as areas of persisting kelp and rocky reef, and strengthen the MPA network as a whole. We are continuing to do outreach to the local communities, and we are so grateful for the hard work our local and tribal co-sponsors are doing to advance these proposals. We ask OPC to ensure that these opportunities are actualized during a time where the ocean desperately needs our help. Lastly, we are immensely grateful for all the work and time you are putting into OPC's recommendations for the MPA petitions, and we look forward to seeing them later this summer. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, me again. Anupa Sokin with Fish On. I just want to direct your attention to the letter we submitted on behalf of several coastal justice organizations, highlighting a few concerns with the MPA petition evaluation process. For, over 5 years now, we've consistently asked for climate change and environmental justice to be the lens through which we approach adaptive management of the MPAs. And despite this being part of the evaluation framework, these questions remain unanswered. And then over the last few months, hate speech towards tribal communities has gone unchecked. Advocates who apologized for this behavior were told they were out of line. People of color have also been told it's up to us to educate those who make ignorant comments. Equity and environmental justice principles have been co-opted and undermined, to put it lightly. And certain community groups have even been told their input is not relevant to the proceedings. And those are just a few things we've endured from those on the dais. To say we need OPC's involvement and leadership here is an understatement. It's frankly the only hope that many coastal justice communities have for our needs and perspectives to be recognized in this process. Related to climate change, I'll share anecdotally that, the water temperature this winter has barely dipped below 60 degrees where I live in Southern California, where I like to spearfish. Sargassum, invasive sargassum, has already overtaken the kelp, and we're just getting into summer. This is the moment to do something in the face of a marine heat wave and what's likely to be a record-breaking El Nino event. And all of this to say OPC's evaluation is really critical. It needs to represent the latest, best available science, and we also hope for OPC's involvement and leadership in the equitable access and environmental justice analyses of the MPA. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Anupa.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Anna Basius, and I am a legal and policy intern with the Environmental Action Committee of West Marin. First, we thank you for your important work on 30 by 30 and acknowledge how crucial this work is, as California is a leader in ocean conservation. We also emphasize the powerful need for stronger MPAs that lead to greater biodiversity protections and the importance of using best available science in MBA petition recommendations. Since California's MPA network was established, we experienced a severe marine heat wave that upended coastal ecosystems. Another such heat wave has now formed, and as previously mentioned, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration announced days ago that El Niño has officially begun, which will amplify warming off our coast. These developments, along with NASA's prediction for an entire foot of sea level rise by 2050, will greatly stress fisheries and marine ecosystems, particularly intertidal communities that could be devastated. In light of these threats, MPAs are an important tool in building climate resiliency and safeguarding the ecosystems we have left. MPAs can help species better resist climate change impacts, with one recent study showing diversity in MPAs recovering 75% faster than other sites after warming events. The MPA petition process presents an opportunity to help California get closer to its 30 by 30 goals through meaningful protection of biodiversity and marine habitats. As over 400 square miles of ocean area still need to be conserved, we also stress that the quality of these MPAs is equally as important as the quantity. Fully and highly protected MPAs provide far more ecological benefits than those that are only lightly protected. As we continue to move forward with greater conservation efforts, we are grateful that the Council is providing guidance. While some benefits may only be realized after a longer establishment period, we now have over a decade of new climate and MPA science to inform future MPA management and designation. We look forward to MPA recommendations that are guided by best available science and a precautionary approach in light of climate change. We also ask that this guidance be provided with ample time before the August Fish and Game Commission meeting. Once again, thank you for your investment in 30 by 30 and a strong MPA network.
Thank you for your comment.
Good afternoon, Zachary Crowfoot, Director Eckerly, and council members. My name is Isabel Dawson with the Environmental Action Committee of West Marin. We are one of the groups that submitted a marine protected area petition to the Fish and Game Commission to adaptively manage the MPA network. And we also participated in the Fish and Game Commission regional meetings regarding these petitions, as well as many meetings preceding them. First, I wanted to give a +1 to everything Anupa said. This MPA petition process is an opportunity to consider how marine protected areas and marine conservation in general can advance environmental justice and respond to the needs of both tribes and marginalized communities who were largely left out of the original MPA process. While the current process should be uplifting these voices, unfortunately, many Fish and Game Commission meetings have been hostile environments to these communities. There have been racist comments and hateful speech towards tribes from meeting attendees, as well as the co-option of environmental justice language from the room and the dais that have not been adequately addressed or shut down. This all contributes to an environment where marginalized voices are not heard or valued. While some commissioners have made efforts to try to make the room safer, improvement is needed to make these spaces truly safe and inclusive. We urge the Council to take the lead in advancing environmental justice in their analysis of these MPA petitions, including tribally led or co-led petitions, and the equitable access and JEDI policy evaluations. This is crucial to ensure our ocean and coastal resources are protected for the benefit and enjoyment of all, especially as climate change will exacerbate inequities marginalized communities already face. We thank OPC so much for their participation in this important process and the contribution of their expertise.
Thank you very much. Let's move to online comment.
Our first speaker is Katie O'Donnell. Katie, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Ken.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair Crowfoot and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Katie O'Donnell, and I am the Senior Ocean Conservation Manager at Wild Coast. Thank you for your patience with the technology issues I had earlier during agenda item 8. The short of my comment for that agenda item was in support of funds, and I will echo the comments made for that agenda item by Oceana and Fish on. And I want to also emphasize for the working group's efforts mentioned in the Adaptive Fisheries Management Package that we also support coordination with CDFW's Deputy Director for Strategic Engagement, Equity, and Partnerships to increase meaningful, inclusive participation, including tribes, underserved coastal communities, subsistence users, and others who depend on a healthy marine ecosystem, and that the decisions made from the result of those working groups need to reflect the environmental justice community perspectives to ensure holistic and effective management of these important species for all ocean users. Now to this current agenda item, there will be a little bit of a theme. So in OPC's evaluations for of the MPA petition process that are before the California Fish and Game Commission later this year, we ask OPC to use the best available science with the imminent El Nino, heat waves, and climate change impacts and other threats to our marine ecosystems. Using the best and most up-to-date science is critical. There are scientific studies that were published after the date that the Department of Fish and Wildlife had to use for their cutoff for their evaluations. And so we just ask OPC to please fill this gap by incorporating this research into their evaluation. And we also ask for OPC's leadership, and not only for the best available science, but also for the evaluation of petitions for a just, equitable, and diverse inclusive lens. So I will +1 NUPA's and Isabel's comments for this agenda item as well. Just want to make sure that we have just and scientifically backed management decisions. There needs to ensure we have resilience to these stressors and ensure a healthy oceans for generations to come for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thanks for your patience with the technology.
The next speaker is George Leonard. George, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Secretary Crowfoot and council members. Thanks for hanging in there today. My name's George Leonard. I'm a science and policy consultant that's working with Save Our Shores to address the Trump administration's efforts to expand the extraction of non-renewable resources from our federal ocean waters beyond the state's 3-mile limit. And today we just simply want to inform you of some recent action taken by Santa Cruz City and the County of Santa Cruz as well. On June 9th, both of those bodies approved revising, strengthening, and expanding their onshore ordinances from the mid-1980s that for the last 40 years have required a vote of the people before any onshore infrastructure supporting offshore oil drilling was allowed. Save Our Shores has worked with the Stanford University Mills Legal Clinic to strengthen the legal justification for those ordinances, to expand the scope of the ordinances, to include the emerging threat of deep sea mining, and to incorporate the latest science on the impacts of both industries on our coastal ecosystems, local economies, and public health. At their core, the revised ordinances still require a vote of the people before any onshore infrastructure is allowed. And we are optimistic that this is the beginning of a broader effort across coastal jurisdictions in California to strengthen what has become known as the Blue Wall, so that all coastal California can continue to protect its ocean and communities from the ongoing overreach of this rogue federal government. So should you or your staff desire a more detailed presentation of this work, Save Our Shores would be happy to provide that at a future meeting or otherwise venue. And just lastly, thank you for your ongoing leadership during these, as they say, truly unprecedented times. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Very helpful update. Appreciate it, George.
Our next speaker is Eileen Boken, followed by Alexandra Rubin. Eileen, you have the floor. Eileen, we can hear you.
You can,
Yes,
or you can't.
we
Yep,
can.
we can hear you.
Okay, great. Eileen Boken, Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods, speaking on my own behalf. Following up on my written comments, one comment is urging OPC to oppose the removal of ocean monitoring buoys by the National Science Foundation. The other comment begs the question, what if San Francisco becomes the next Pacific Palisades? And this refers to the OPC webpage titled From Ashes to Action, Wildfire Impacts on California's Coast and Ocean Health. Beachfront homes in Pacific Palisades burned to the ground because LA Fire Department didn't have the infrastructure to fight catastrophic fires using ocean water. Even though San Francisco currently has an independent high-pressure, high-volume water system to fight catastrophic fires, not all neighborhoods are covered, including outer coast neighborhoods on the west side. 16 years ago, in 2010 when then Mayor Gavin Newsom transferred the emergency firefighting water system from the fire department to the SFPUC. The plan was to expand the system to the west side, but that hasn't happened. In order to preserve their legacies, I would strongly urge the governor and his entire administration to officially support expanding the current emergency firefighting water system, which is independent from the city's drinking water system. Thank you.
Thank you, Eileen.
Our next speaker is Alexandra Rubin, followed by Mike Beenan. Alexandra, you have the floor.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Awesome. Okay. Well, hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Alexandra or Ali Rubin, and I'm a marine scientist at the Marine Conservation Institute. I would just like to take a moment to encourage the council to lean on the best available science in evaluating these MPA petitions. California's MPA network has been a model nationally and internationally, and that credibility depends on continuing to evaluate proposed changes against evidence-based standards. Thank you so much for your work.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Mike Beenan, followed by Jared Voskul. Mike, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Secretary Crowfoot, council members, and Director Eckerly. Mike Beenan, petitioner for the Laguna Bluebelt Coalition. We appreciate the OPC's important role to evaluate the MPA petitions and strongly encourage you to include the recent Reef Check survey of South Laguna's reef area in your deliberations. In January of this year, the Reef Check Foundation, internationally recognized by the United Nations, found kelp forests within Laguna Beach's MPAs were thriving, while reefs just outside of the MPA in the petition area had only a few strands of remnant kelp surrounded by sea urchins. The Sea Sketch program has mapped the same degraded kelp reef off of South Laguna, suffering from decades of fishing pressure. Lobster traps on the rocky substrate likely entangle and remove kelp, while commercial and recreational fishing targets sheepshead, a keystone predator of sea urchins grazing on remnant kelp. Laguna Beach is the only fully protected MPA along the 120 miles of Southern California coastline from Palos Verdes to La Jolla. At only 9.1 square miles, it was determined by the Science Advisory Team to be the minimum size for success. Adding Laguna's last mile will advance protection closer to the preferred size as recommended by SAT. Integrating sound science, the Reef Check data, and Seascape map of kelp substrate supports adaptive management policies of the MLPA. Additionally, the recent Smithsonian report about capacity development recommends capacity features already achieved within Laguna's MPA's policies and programs. Laguna's successful MPA is essential to meeting California's 30 by 30 goals, since only 9% of California sea life is fully protected. Extending the current no-take SMCA to protect all of Laguna's tide pools and rocky reefs will enhance the regional fishery recovery and contribute to achieving the goal of protecting 30% of ocean waters and marine life. Please consider a tour of Laguna's MPAs to see firsthand the success of your work on the OPC. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jared Voskul, followed by Raymond Heimstra. Jared, you have the floor.
Hi, good evening, Secretary Crowfoot and council members. Jared Voskul, Director of Regulatory Affairs on behalf of CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. CASA represents over 150 public agencies and municipalities in California that engage in the collection, treatment, recycling, and resource recovery of wastewater. I had missed the chance earlier on item 6, but it would be remiss of me to not comment here as the organizational sponsor of Senate Bill 1263, requiring the statewide strategy on microplastics and the report to the legislature. CASA is very pleased to support the OPC's report and the associated statewide plastic monitoring framework. We really appreciate the comprehensive vision and expertise reflected in both documents. And like our support of SCORP for your 2020 funded study, our members are committed to supporting and collaborating on the associated initiatives contained in both of these documents that were before you today. We really appreciate the OPC's continued leadership and vision, and we hope you have a great rest of your night. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared.
Our next speaker is Raymond, followed by Jack Likens. Raymond, you have the floor.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ray Heimstra with Orange County Coastkeeper. I want to start off by saying thanks for all of your work on so many ocean issues. It's not only a big ocean, but there's lots of big issues. And, you know, having the Ocean Protection Council and your expertise is key in all of these issues. Specifically, I want to speak to the decadal review process and thank you for your decision to conduct evaluations of the specific petitions. I want to echo a lot of the other speakers and using the best available science, especially Mr. Beenan, where we talked about the reef check study, which was just done this year and wasn't looked at in the DFW evaluations. And there's so much more that could be done better. And, you know, we really look forward to the Ocean Protection Council with your scientific and policy expertise weighing in to help this process to a successful end. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Jack Likens, followed by the final speaker, Jinger Wallace. Jack, you have the floor. Jack, can you unmute yourself?
Sorry, okay. My name's Jack Likens. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a lifelong diver. I'm 81 now, so that's a pretty long time. I currently live in Laguna Beach, and I grew up around here as well. I lived 25 years on the North Coast and have been a diver all that time. I'm intimately familiar with California's coastal environment and the MPAs, which I was involved in establishing for the North Coast. I've witnessed firsthand the deterioration of the ocean environment, but I can tell you that fishing or blaming overfishing for it is not the main cause. The main cause is, like many of us have said, climate change and pollution. And I really respect what the OPC is doing in terms of plastics and microplastics. But that's not the only problem. It's the runoff from all of our rivers and streams, and particularly from our storm drains, that affect the quality of the water, which in turn affects, of course, the quality of the sea life in that water. I would like to see the OPC pay a little more attention, and I know it's a politically difficult thing to do because it's very expensive to fix, and that is the quality of water coming into the marine environment from rivers and streams and storm drains. Also, in terms of the Laguna MPA that Mr. Beenan talked about, I'm intimately familiar with that as well. And I can tell you for sure, as does the CDFW, that that's not a result of overfishing. That's a result of pollution and the marine environment in general. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thanks so much for tuning in, and really good points on water quality impacts from storm runoff and rivers and streams. That may be something we could check in on here in a coming meeting, because I know we do address that in our action plan, but we haven't talked about that in quite a while. So appreciate you bringing that up.
Our final speaker is Jinger Wallace. Jinger, you have the floor.
Jane, are you able to take yourself off mute?
They are off mute, but we can't hear them.
Can you hear me?
You can.
Oh, good. Well, good afternoon, Secretary Crowfoot, council members, Jinger Wallace, Laguna Bluebelt Coalition. Recent Smithsonian studies identified criteria necessary to create successful MPAs in order to succeed to reach our 30 by 30 goals and combat climate change. As Mike Beenan mentioned, Laguna checks many of the boxes, something we're very proud of. But I'd like to ask what it takes specifically and how does Laguna do it? It's important to realize Laguna has the support of the City Council, the dedication of the Marine Safety Department, park rangers, tide pool educators, local businesses, and environmental nonprofits. But without a doubt, and most important, is the public who are excited, committed, and proud of our MPAs. There are multiple events hosted throughout the year, including our annual photo contest, Kelp Fest, another event celebrating our MPAs. A short video was made, a winning movie showcased at our local movie theater, which educated and motivated people to respect and protect our MPAs. Consequently, the Blue Belt petition has strong community support, including endorsements from 3 tribes, over 100 local businesses, dozens of nonprofit organizations who have written letters. Scuba and freedivers from around the globe have posted thousands of videos of Laguna's aquarium, they like to call it, depicting the success of present MPAs to inspire support for full citywide protection. An online change.org petition has over 7,000 individually verified signatures endorsing full citywide protection. You can visit the Laguna Blue Belt to appreciate the community's dedication and see incredible photos of sea life recovery. We know that sound science is the backbone of California's pioneering MPAs, and SAT determined when it comes to marine life protection, bigger is better. Laguna is only the minimum preferred size, and we would like you to recommend Laguna be protected completely. We're ready, we're willing. Thank you so very much.
Thank you for sharing all of that that's happening in Laguna. Very, very impressive. And with that, I believe we're through with public comment on item 10. We may have broken a record for the length of time for this meeting, but I have to say also the productivity. I'm counting 12 staff and partners in the auditorium here at the end of the meeting. We probably had well over 100 to 150 people cycle through. But I just wanna remind us of what we got done over the last 5 hours. One is we approved funding for important resources to coastal communities to protect themselves from sea level rise, as well as coastal tribes. We checked in on 30 by 30, and really what I'll consider the most inspiring work on a national marine sanctuary in the country was Chumash National Marine Sanctuary. Key funding to advance 30 by 30 in some really innovative ways. We checked in on the most important plastics pollution reform in modern history in the state, SB 54, and we heard on the implementation of our microplastic strategy, including funding for pilot monitoring across the state. Really exciting. We approved the first statewide aquaculture plan in over 40 years. Woo-woo, a big deal. We approved funding for key fisheries management improvements, including science and data collection that both conservation and fishing groups support, really important there. And then we checked in on how we're navigating offshore wind, continuing to make progress and put ourselves in a position to ultimately succeed towards bringing on that clean energy. So incredible. And as always, the progress is only possible because of the awesomeness of the OPC staff. So huge thanks. Yeah. And please thank those who were not able to stick around, including our newest additions and interns. Harpreet, thank you very much for filling in for the controller. It was great to see her when she could come by. I know how important this is to her. And then Katie, you're always the solid partner on the dais that keeps the work moving forward. And Jen, as always, thanks for your vision and leadership. Our next meeting is in September. Will likely be on the 22nd or the 18th. So stay tuned to exactly what the date is. We'll look forward to more forward progress then, including updating on a lot of the things that we talked about today. I guess last point, which is we have 2 more OPC meetings in this administration. It might be nice in the last meeting of the year to update on where the OPC staff has felt like we've made the most progress in the last 8 years, and then also really highlighting the key work to come as a new administration transitions in. So that could be a nice opportunity to check in on just where things stand. As always, huge thanks. While I thank the staff, it's really our partners who were here today, who are making their voices heard, who are figuring in, who are critical. We're really just trying to put the wind in their sails. So thanks, everyone, and we'll see you next time. Take care.